Good morning, Fred. I do hope you can hear me. My internet is being worryingly slow, and it took a moment to connect there, but hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully everything's fine. Hopefully everything's good. You can hear me unwrapping chocolate. In fact, I'm going to put my what's it? There we go. My camera. Oh, that's me. Oh, I look quite good today. Hello, me. Look, that's this. You know what this is? This is my last cream egg of the year. There shall be no more cream eggs this year because they don't sell them after Easter. And the day after Easter, so Easter Monday, I was in work and I bought all of the discounted Easter chocolate that was left over. So I've got 4 bags of mini eggs. I've got 4 of the cream egg chocolate bars, and then I bought, I think, 2 boxes of cream eggs, but this is my last one. It's the last cream egg of the year. This is a momentous occasion. Yeah, eat the last cream egg of the year. I don't quite like a cream egg. I don't think they should sell them all year round. I don't understand why they don't. Like mini eggs as well. Especially mini eggs. I should sell mini eggs all year round. I would buy them. Mini eggs are the best. I know, right, Fred? I know, no more cream eggs. I've also got a Twix extra, which I bought for my lunch at work, but then I didn't eat it because I ended up having a bag of Haribo instead. Yeah. I was so good all week as well, and then today I just had a bag of Haribo for my lunch. Yeah, I'm eating a cream egg. But it's fine. It's great. Everything's fine. There's another viewer according to YouTube, but I don't know who it is. They're a lurker. I like to think it's a newbie that's just stuck their head in, expecting an Outer Worlds live stream. And get to see me eating a cream egg, looking sexy. Oh dear. Anyway, how are you, Fred? How's life? I was half tempted today. I was half tempted to just say, oh, you know what? Should we just say fuck the Outer Worlds like we did that? Not last week, but the week before, and just have a talkie live stream. But I'm planning on having a talkie live stream. What was I saying? I'm planning on having a talkie live stream on Sunday the 4th of May. Not the 4th of March. That's a way off. 4th of May. So, we'll have a talkie live stream. I quite enjoyed it 2 weeks ago. Talkie live stream. I just like sitting in front of a camera. I'm an egomaniac, that's what I am. Do you know what it is? This is where I am most myself. I don't know why it is, I don't know if it's the social anxiety or what, but if you put a human in front of me, I'm different. I mean, I think that's probably true of most people to a certain extent. But me particularly, I find it very hard to be completely myself when there's another person in the room. Doesn't matter who it is. So it's quite liberating doing the live streams and just like talking. I quite like it. Soulmates, yeah. Hello, soulmate. This is an issue that I have when I give people nicknames that aren't their actual name. I have to remember which nickname corresponds to which person. And my brain just went, hang on a minute, was that actually soulmate? Yeah, that's soulmate. Hello, soulmate. And we now have 3 viewers, so the lurker, whoever they are, is sticking it out. Well done, lurker. I do have a new subscriber. And Welsh friends here as well. Hello, Welsh friend. You're amongst friends, it's easy to be yourself in such a situation. Yeah, but I feel like if we were actually in a room together, like if you actually met me in person, I probably wouldn't be quite like I am here. It's weird. I haven't even opened the Outer Worlds yet. We could just forget about the Outer Worlds. Just sit here and talk for a bit. I tell you something, I am absolutely exhausted. Yesterday, I walked 10 miles, I think, just at work. Yeah, got a new subscriber. There we go. Check my fitness up. Yeah, yesterday was a heavy day at work. I didn't even do a full shift. I got off an hour and a half early and I still walked 10 miles. How many miles have I walked today? Come on, fitness up, load. I've walked 7.8 miles today. I've done 21,100 steps today. So on an average shift, and an average day at work, I would do 17,000 steps, roughly. Somewhere between 17 and 18,000 is what I usually do. Today, I've done 21,100, and yesterday, I did 24,400. And then Thursday I did 17,600. Wednesday I did 1,600, which isn't bad considering it was a day off. Tuesday 16,000. Monday 20,000. Oh, that must have been a rough day as well. Anyway, I'm quite tired. Quite tired. Fred just spilled coffee on his carpet. Oh, Fred, man. Do you know what I did the other day? I made a carbonara. But I didn't quite let it boil off enough, so it was very, very runny. It was like very watery, and I had my plate like balanced, and I was watching something on the telly, and and the very watery carbonara sauce fell off the plate onto the carpet, and also hit my pajama bottoms, and I just put clean ones on, and I was very annoyed. It's nothing nicer than clean pajama bottoms, and then I went and spilled carbonara on them. I guess is you'd freeze for a bit and make an excuse to leave early. I don't think it'd be that bad. I feel like Fred would do most of the talking. I feel like he's one of those people who keeps the conversation going. Probably. I do tend to make friends with, like, very talkative people because it's easier. When you when you're a not very talkative person, you make friends with talkative people because they keep the conversation going, even if you've got nothing. People who can just, you know, hold a conversation entirely on their own. I love those people. Those are the best people. Some reason Fred lacks the skill to pour coffee without spilling it. That's like my dad. My dad very much. Always. You can always tell when he's been making a cup of tea because there's just tea all over the bench. Runny stuff needs to go in a bowl. I know, but my bowls aren't as big as my plate. Like, I only have little bowls. I need like a pasta bowl, don't I? That's what I need. I remember thinking that as I was putting it on the plate. I thought, I need a pasta bowl. That's what I need. I don't have a pasta bowl. And I don't have any room in my cupboards for more things. I don't have a lot of cupboard space. This is the problem. Like, sometimes I look at pans and I think, well, that would be a useful pan. And then I think I already have too many pans to fit anywhere. Like, my pans have to live on the hob because there's no room in the cupboards for them. And I've got so much stuff for baking because I bake a lot. So I've got like an entire cupboard with just baking stuff in. And then there's no room for anything else. I saw a mug the other day that I thought looked like a cool mug, and then I was like, no, you literally do not have any space to put a mug in your kitchen. And then, of course, I've got an entire shelf that's just cat treats. That probably doesn't help. Oh, dear me. Fred's skilled at keeping people talking with her rather stay silent, yeah. You know, I found out a while ago that therapists deliberately leave awkward pauses because people feel compelled to fill the silence, so you're more likely to just talk. And I have to say, it doesn't work on me. Because I remember I had a few therapy sessions when I was a teenager, and I remember those awkward silences where she would just pause and stop, and I would think, what the fuck is she doing? Waiting for me to fill the silence. And I'm not like that. I wait for the other person to fill the silence. Because I always like defer to the other person, and if they're not talking, I'm like, oh well, I guess we're not talking. I'll turn my heater down a little bit. Right, do we feel like playing the Outer Worlds then? We should play the Outer Worlds, shouldn't we? I think I just like looking at my own face. I think, yeah. I'll finish my tea first, otherwise it'll go cold. We've only been going 10 minutes, that's not too bad. For us not actually starting the game yet. We're talking about awkward silences now in the chat. You see, I don't find silences awkward. I've never understood that when people say awkward silences. I'm like, what's wrong with a bit of silence? You don't have to be talking just because there's a person there. I'm quite happy in silence. I'm quite content in silence. There's a guy at work who's quite talkative, and he always talks to me when I'm in the aisle with him. And he's a bit... I think he's one of those people where he doesn't necessarily realise how rude some of the stuff he says sounds. He's not like intending to be rude, but some of the stuff he comes out with, you just think, did you really just say that to me? And he's quite blunt, right? And he came up to me this day and he goes, do you know what your problem is? And I thought, oh, wonderful, brilliant. I didn't realise I had a problem, but okay, come on, tell me what my problem is. And he went, you're incapable of starting a conversation. And I looked at him and I just said, look, has it ever occurred to you that maybe I just don't want to talk to you? On the other hand, kind of fair. But I mean, I'm not incapable of starting a conversation. It's just, it depends who I'm with. And it's weird. There's like the odd people who, if I'm with them, you cannot shut me up. Like just those certain people who I will just talk and talk and talk. And yet, the majority, like 99% of the human race, if you put me in a room with them, I probably won't say anything. You know. Oh, yeah. Anyway. Everyone's saying lol in the chat. Did I say something funny? What are we lolling about? I don't know. We're trying to decide whether to start the game or not. I mean, I've got Twix I could eat. I think I've eaten too much chocolate though. I feel a bit And you know what? I haven't actually eaten that much by my standards. So that shows that I am getting better at not overeating. So there we go. Right. Should play the Outer Worlds, shouldn't we? Can anybody remember what we were doing last week? Oh, we got to Monarch, didn't we? We met Nyoka. That was good. But now we have to, like, go and do stuff. Oh, and there was the cannibals. Oh, telling the bloke I didn't want to speak to him. That's what we're lolling about. I see, I'd already forgotten I'd even said that. Oh... There are some people who just don't take a hint though, aren't they? It's like, sometimes you just think, how long do I have to ignore you before you realise I'm not interested in talking to you? Oh dear. We've still got 4 viewers, so whoever that lurker is, they're still here. Bless them. Maybe a regular lurker. I think I've probably got regular lurkers. Oh, yes, this is what I was going to talk to you about. So, when we do... So, I'm planning on the 4th of May, which is a Sunday, to have a live stream where we just sit and talk and we don't play any video games. Which may be what this one ends up turning into, because, you know, this seems to be what's happening. But anyway, so, I was thinking of starting it at 12 o'clock maybe, if that's not too early for some of you. And I'm toying with the idea of like, should I do it should I do it just like a normal live stream, so like it's just on the internet and anybody could watch it? Or I could do it as an unlisted live stream and put the link in the Discord, and then only the people who are in the Discord would have the link, so it would be like a private little live stream. But then, you see, I don't know. I don't know if I might have regular lurkers who are not in the Discord, who might want to watch it, and then they won't be able to watch it. So I don't know. But then at the same time, if it was a private live stream, because sometimes when I'm doing these live streams, I forget that they're going out like literally live on the internet, and anybody anywhere in the world could theoretically watch it. If we do a little private one, then, you know, it doesn't really matter if I just randomly overshare and start talking about really personal stuff like I sometimes do. Common misconception wouldn't be able to get it. Yeah, I know, I thought that. I haven't seen much of Common Misconception recently. I don't know, I'm just pondering. Thinking, wondering. Bosses at work could be watching, I know. Anyway. Should we play the Outer Worlds? Should we do that? We don't have to, you know. I'm not going to force you to watch me play the Outer Worlds. We can just sit here if that's what you would prefer. Who's the chat? Putting off. Oh, do you know what else I could tell you? I've got a tentative plan, because I would like to do more Dragon Age videos, you know, like the A to Z, but like the sort of discussion-y videos. So I made a list of topics that we could do, Dragon Age topics that we could do discussion videos for, right? This is my plan. Because it's spring at the minute, right? And when it's spring, I like to get out and do things. So I'm probably not going to have too much time to be sitting in making Dragon Age videos. But once we get to July, it's the school holidays. And as soon as the school holidays hit, I barricade myself in the house and do not leave because there are children out there. So I'm either at work or at home. Plus it's summer, and you know I don't like summer. I don't like heat and sunlight. So I like to have a project across the school holidays, you see, to keep me occupied. So I was thinking I could make Dragon Age videos across the summer holidays, right? But not publish any of them until about winter, when the weather starts to get cold again and people are sitting inside watching YouTube, you see. Then I start to publish them, and hopefully by that point I should have like a big chunk of them, so I can publish like one a week, you see. And then Common Misconception, say hello Common Misconception. Yeah, that was kind of it. So that's my tentative plan, but you know how my plans generally go. Because I would like to do more Dragon Age discussion videos. And, you see, I gained a lot of subscribers from those A to Z videos. And I have subsequently lost most of them, I think. We've been hovering around 510. 510, is that right? Yeah. For ages. And it keeps like going up, then down, then up, then down, then up, then down, then up, then down. Like, I'm gaining at quite a steady rate, but I'm losing at pretty much the same rate. And I think it's probably the people who are just sort of going, who like subscribed for the discussion videos, and they kind of went, yeah, she's not doing them anymore. But joke's on them, because then I'm going to start doing them again. They won't know what they're missing. Going to finish the alphabet. I might. I don't know. I think I'd prefer to, like... Because the thing is, the A to Z, I was doing it on a time limit, wasn't I? Which is why they had to be a bit, you know, rushed, shall we say. Whereas, if I'm taking my time over them, I'm just playing with my hair. You don't want subscribers, they watch and then you panic. I know. Magpie is doing her best faffing about. I just can't be bothered to play the Outer Worlds. It's that awful. Do you know what? In some ways, like, doing these live streams on a Saturday afternoon is the best time to do them. Because I'm not in work on the Sunday. So it doesn't matter if we, like, run over a bit. Because I'm normally in bed by, like, 8 o'clock when I've got work the next day. Because I have to get up at, like, 4:30 for work. But anyway, it's a Saturday, so most of you lot are probably, if you work normal Monday to Friday jobs, you know, more people are free on a Saturday. It's a good time, like with all the different time zones that we've got. This is sort of a time that seems to kind of work for everyone. It's not really in the middle of the night for many of you. Yeah, I don't like doing a live stream on a day off, weirdly. I don't know why. I prefer to, like, come home from work and do it, because otherwise I feel like I just kind of waste the morning faffing about waiting to live stream, you know what I mean? So, like, in many ways it's, like, the perfect time to do it, but at the same time, like, by the end of a Saturday, like, a Saturday is, like, the end of my working week, and it's also the worst shift of the week, the Saturday, so by the time I come home on a Saturday, I'm just like, I can't be arsed. I mean, sometimes I can, it depends on the week, but it's been a particularly rough week, man. Oh, have I ever played Baldur's Gate 3? Yes. Oh my god. I love it. I haven't finished it yet. In fact, I'm not even that far in. I've just got to the bit where we're going through the under something with all the mushrooms to get to a something. I don't know. I'm not following the story that well. You know what I mean? I'm trying to romance Shadowheart. It was her or Carlac, but I think Carlac's become too much of, like, a bestie. I mean, I like her, she's great, but like, she feels like a bestie. Underdog, that's it, there we go. I think I might have to put the difficulty down a bit though, because I don't think I've leveled up particularly brilliantly. I'm playing on, is it called Balanced? The one that's just like normal, but there is like a story mode. I think I might go to the story mode. I don't mind a story mode, you know. You know, it's funny, when I was younger, I was one of those gamers who just used to, like, always play on the hardest difficulty. I'd be like, it's not worth playing if it's not difficult. And now I'm just like, oh, fuck it, I don't care. Just like, a game's meant to be fun, you know. And if you find challenging fun, then fine. But I think I'm at that point in my life where I no longer find challenging fun. Well, sometimes, the right kind of challenging. But, like, when something's just frustrating, I'm just like, oh, stick it in story mode. Don't consider BG3 a sequel to 1 and 2. Well, I've not played them. I mean, I think I've got the first one, and I played a bit of it. I didn't play all of it. Where's Steam gone? There she is. She. Steam's a she, apparently, I've decided. Oh, look, the Outer Worlds, we could play that. Where are you, Baldur's Gate 3? There you are. What was I checking? I was checking something. No, Baldur's Gate 1, that's what I was checking. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I've played 3.6 hours. Why was I checking it? I was checking to see if I had it. Right, I've got... What did I tell you? It's been a long week. Right, Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition, I've got it and I've played 3.6 hours. I don't have Baldur's Gate 2. How interesting. How interesting. How interesting. Let's do a little search. Find Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition is £16.75. Wow. Rediscover the beloved RPG classic, now enhanced for modern adventurers. Gather your party and heroes and continue the legendary adventure in this story-rich fantasy epic where every choice matters. Hang on, is Baldur's Gate not a BioWare thing? Is Baldur's Gate not BioWare? Am I not? Because this is saying it's Beamdog. Oh, is it them who did the enhanced edition? Or did they do all of it? What's Baldur's Gate? BioWare. Am I making that up? Star's looking in the background, is she? Hello. Hi. Oh, the enhanced edition was made by Bimdog. There we go. Brenda's here. Hello, Brenda. You know what? I don't think we're playing at the Outer Worlds today. Sod it. I can't be bothered. Do you know what? The last time we did this, I had an excuse. And that excuse was that my laptop cable had been chewed off by the cats and I couldn't see the chat, and that was my excuse. And today, I'm just like, sod it. We're just going to talk. Here's me scheduling talking live streams so that we can have a live stream where we just talk. And then I'm trying to just like, you know, fuck it. We're going to do it today. And then we'll do it on the 4th of May, which is Star Wars Day. We can have Star Wars based. What's the betting that when we have like an actual scheduled talking live stream where I'm just talking, probably it'll be rubbish. I'll just be like, oh, I can't think of anything to say. Sorry, I'm gonna change. I'm changing the name of the live stream. Hang on. Oh, that's the wrong thing. YouTube Studio. All my live streams should just be this from now on. Fuck it. Why do we play video games? Why do we play video games? Like, why do we do that? I'm a loose cannon, I know, right? I am. I'm a renegade. At work today, I was told that I would make a good section leader because I'm reliable, dependable, and sensible. I was like, you should watch my live streams, love. It just shows how you can have completely different personas in one part of your life to the other. Like, if you told people who watch my live streams that I'm reliable, dependable, and sensible, they'd be like, what? But at work, I am reliable, dependable, and sensible. But I leave her behind when I leave work. She can stay there. She's not the one I bring home with me. Right, edit. Okay. Magpie can't, whoops, be, oh, for fuck's sake, bothered to play the worlds, so you have to listen to her waffle. I didn't put a capital on that too, and it's annoying me. There we go. I always seem to get a bit like this at this time of year. It was this time of year last year, wasn't it, when the live streams went a bit weird. we did like the Bioshock live streams and the Stray live streams, which were just weird, which was just like me just kind of going, fuck it, I don't care anymore, we're just going to do whatever I feel like doing. And then over summer we go into like a slump where I just can't be bothered with anything. And then when it gets to about October, I'll perk right up again and we'll get like, you know, it'll be really good for a while. And then like across Christmas, it completely falls apart. And then when we get to about January, I perk back up again. And you know, I mean, those first few live streams of this year were quality. They were really decent. It's kind of gone a bit now, but it's fine. It's fine. What's that thing people say? That stupid thing people say? If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Oh dear. Oh. Oh, common misconception, dead to mention that, dead even to mention the hospital game. Brenda's gonna miss our 2 live streams next weekend. I'll miss Magpie going to hammer wielding murder rampages. Oh, don't worry, Titwilla won't be gone for long. She'll probably be back next week. Actually, next week, I'm only in work Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off from the Wednesday till the 12th of May. So I won't be exhausted from a week of work next week. We'll do a Titwillow live stream on the Saturday next week, and then we'll do a talking live stream on the Sunday, where we'll probably end up playing video games. That's probably what'll happen. I'll schedule a talking live stream and I'll be like, oh fuck it, should we play the other worlds? Eat my Twix. Well, friend really enjoyed the Dishonored live streams. The Dishonored, like, they were good, weren't they? They were quality. The No One Lives Forever ones were pretty good too. We are holding on to 6 viewers here. I am impressed. So what should we talk about? Since apparently I've decided the Outworld isn't good enough for me today. No, I think we do better with shorter games, don't we? For the live streams, and games that have less like talking and dialogue. Wait a bit before eating a second one. I really do feel sick. I've eaten far too much today. Is this turning into a UK version of Mukbang? You know what? I've thought that. Because when Mukbang videos started in South Korea, wasn't it? Am I right in thinking that? And it was because so many people live alone, and it wasn't about like eating as much food as possible like they've become now. Once the Americans got a hold of the concept, turned it into whatever they've turned it into now. But it was literally just watching people eat their dinner and like talking. So it was like you were eating dinner with someone. Which a lot of people said sounded really sad and pathetic, but I was like, that sounds really nice. What's wrong with that? Loneliness is a part of life. It's something that we all have to deal with now and then, often through no fault of our own. It's just a part of being human. Sometimes you find yourself disconnected from people for whatever reason, and if, you know, can enjoy watching someone live stream, eating their dinner, talking about life, why not? It's no different to listening to a radio show or A podcast. I'd be great on a podcast, wouldn't I? I should have a magpie book. Should have a magpie podcast. You know, I could do that. You can just set up a podcast yourself these days, can't you? Actually, this basically is a podcast, to be fair. Soulmate only eats dinner with other people for Christmas. I don't even do it then. I suppose I eat my lunch with people at work. Does that count? I do sometimes miss tea times, actually, from living at home. It's weird, you know, because, like, I like living alone, but there's certain things I miss about having people around. But then I'm like, I don't know if I could actually live with someone again. But then I don't know if I want to live alone forever. You know, when you have these little conversations with yourself. Pros and cons to everything though, isn't there? Like if I'm off work for a while. When I'm in work every day and then I come home, that's fine because you've got people around you at work, so you don't really notice. But when I'm off work, what I find I don't like is the evenings. I like the mornings when I'm off work because I can just get up whenever I get up. I mean, the cats wake us up, to be fair, so I don't get much of a lie-in. They sometimes let me have an hour. Just get up, potter about, have breakfast, feed the cats, sit with me cup of tea. I love on a morning after having me breakfast, just sitting with me cup of tea in silence. And just like looking out the window, having a little daydream, while the cats are just wandering around being cats. That is just my happy place. I love that on a morning. I mean, I even do it on work mornings, but I only do it for like 5 minutes because I need to get ready for work. Whereas when I'm not at work, I'll have like 20 minutes where I just sit with my cup of tea, and then it's like, oh, what should I do today? That's like my day when I'm off work. And then I'll do whatever it is I'm doing that day. But it's when I get to the evening, if I've not had any like human contact throughout the day, which quite often I don't when I'm off work. I know that sounds really sad, but it's true. It's just like work is my social life. It's when you get to the evening, I'm always a bit like, you know when things pop into your head and you think, oh, I should say, oh, there's nobody here. You know what I mean? But then I don't know if I actually could live with someone. When I think about the reality of living with another person, I'm like, oh. Weird though. It's weird. I spend a lot of time contemplating life. You've probably realised that. All the shit that I spoke. Oh, we've gone into 5 viewers, we scared someone off. Work in a call centre when I got home, I didn't want to talk to anybody. I can imagine. That must have been awful. I can imagine working in a call centre. I mean, I like retail work because I think it's the perfect balance of like working with people around you, but the work you're doing on your own, and you can just kind of go into your own little world. But that, particularly because I'm a picker, so we're picking the orders for home delivery. That's what I do. So I like it because you get to go all around the shop. You're not stuck in one aisle, because there have been times where I've been put on other departments. And like I was put on bakery once. I remember bakery is literally just 2 aisles and you're just stuck there for the whole shift. But being a picker is great because you move around the shop. So you move through kind of like everybody. You know, and if you're in an aisle with somebody who you don't like that much, you know, you're only there for a limited amount of time and then you move to the next aisle. But you've got that where, like, you're doing your own work and you're in your own little world and you can just kind of daydream, but then there's people around you who you can talk to and you've got these, like, bursts of social interaction. You know. And then I do like it when we all have a break together and we're all in the break room. Because, you know, it's good crack, I think, with the girls I work with. We have a good laugh. But at the same time, because I've also worked on click and collect, where if you're working with somebody, you're actually, like, working with them, which is fine if they are a kind of person who you click with really well and work with really well. It's really nice to work with somebody like that. But if you're with somebody who you maybe don't gel with so well, it can be very frustrating and you can't get away from them. You know what I mean? So you're sort of stuck with them. But I think when I'm picking, it's like, it's perfect. It's the perfect kind of, you know, yeah, but I would think working at a call centre, having to be talking to people all the time, that would do me. I can do short bursts of being social, and then, you know, that's what I like about picking. You can talk, but then you can walk away. Do you know what I mean? And just because you're both in an aisle together, you don't have to talk to each other. You know, it's fine. And sometimes I find socialising for the sake of socialising a bit not as, I was gonna say, not as rewarding, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, because, like, my best friend works with me, right? So we work together. So I see her at work pretty much every day, pretty much. And then we'll socialise outside of work as well, which I like. It's nice, right? When we go for coffees and stuff, or we're around each other's houses or whatever, it's nice. But I prefer seeing her in work. I don't know why. There's something nice about working with someone, I think, rather than just sitting down, having a coffee with them, socialising for the sake of socialising. When you're actually doing something together, that's kind of nicer. I don't know why. There's something about that, though. There's something nice about working with someone, I think. My double chin. You know, it used to be that when I lost weight, my chin would go up and I would have this lovely jawline, and now I'm over the age of 30. No. When I lose weight, my chin stays there. Never mind. I'll embrace it. Ever been to an escape room? No, but I would love to. I'd love to do an escape room. That'd be great. But there's actually one in the town I work in, I think. Which is surprising because it's a tiny backwater little place. I'm sure it's got an escape room. You see, I'm thinking when we do our talkie live stream, like specifically talkie live stream on Sunday, next Sunday, if we do it, if I do it as an unlisted one and just put the link in the Discord, so like only my inner circle can watch it, I can share more personal details. You know what I mean? Because I was about to just literally say where I work, and I was like, probably shouldn't do that on the internet. I mean, I know I don't exactly have millions of subscribers, but still, one of them could be a serial killer. You never know. What am I looking up? Oh yeah. Yes, there is an escape room place in the town I work in. I'd love to do that. Should have done that for my 30th. I was trying to think of something interesting to do on my 30th. I quite like the idea of adult soft play, because there is one in Newcastle, but it didn't look that good. Do you know what I mean? It seemed mostly to be about, like, getting drunk, and I'm not really a getting drunk kind of a person. I literally just want to play in soft play. That's all I want to do. As an adult, I don't need to be drunk to be able to enjoy playing in a soft play area as an adult. Remember you did those little vids where you just sit in the car and talk? Yes. I took those down, you know. I can't remember why. I think... there was a reason why I took them down. I think I felt I'd shared too much. Although, I mean, some of the things that I've shared, honestly. Imagine the things I don't tell you. Steady 5 viewers, you know. Doing better. This is doing better than probably if I was actually playing the Outer Worlds. I was assumed it was because people could figure out where you were. Yeah, it might have been that. Might have been. If I could get, like, proper cameras, I would be tempted to do stuff like that again, like travelling around places. Because, you know, I'm a big history nerd, so I like talking about local history and stuff like that. And make little videos, but not publish them publicly. Just do them as unlisted videos and, again, put the links in the Discord. Because I'm not, you know me, I'm not trying to become internet famous or anything like that. I just like doing daft little things. Do it as like a diary. Because I can never be bothered to actually write a diary. I always used to write a diary, and last year I thought, you know what, I should write a diary again. Because things happen that I think should be recorded down in a diary. So I started writing a diary. And I think the last entry I did was like April last year or something like that. And I just think, oh, I'm bothered. Looking at myself from different angles. I really am very beautiful, aren't I? Honestly. And humble. Very humble. Oh, it's up to 6 viewers now. Historians would love you to bits if you keep... I know, that's why I wanted to start keeping one, but I don't know. Do like a video diary instead, but then there's always the thing of like, would a video diary survive? But then would an actual diary made of paper survive? Fred would ruin an escape room by being a know-it-all. I can imagine that. Surprisingly long if stored right, yeah. I suppose you could donate it, couldn't you? I always think you could, like, keep diaries and then in your will you could leave it to, like, a museum or something like that. And they would keep them. Start keeping a diary clay tablet. My favourite things I learned recently, was it recently? Might have been recently. Was in ancient Mesopotamia, they used to keep records on clay, right? And the reason so many records are lost across history is because places get burned in wars and, you know, just accidents and things like that. Most cities end up burning to the ground eventually, and all the paper records get lost. But when you burn clay, you preserve it. So there was this great library somewhere in ancient Mesopotamia, and it got burnt to the ground, and all of the records inside, which were made from clay, got preserved. Which is how they've got them all, which is how they know so much. I'll just spill more coffee. Fred, you're not going to have any more coffee left, man. How, lad? What are you going to do without your coffee? You know what Fred's like without coffee. Got a better view of Morrigan today. Normally you can't see our head, can you? I haven't moved the webcam, have I? Morrigan, have you moved? Have you shuffled further down the wall without telling me? I don't think I've moved the cam. Probably one of the cats knocked it. That's probably what happened. Oh dear. So what do we fancy talking about then? We've been going for 50 minutes. 50 minutes. How is that possible? Oh, Fred asked earlier and I forgot to answer, am I planning on doing detective games? Yes, I really want to do a detective game. I think, I don't necessarily, even though RPGs are like the games that I play, and the games I most enjoy playing, I don't think they necessarily work so well on a live stream. I feel like the sort of Dishonored style worked better. I think stealth games are good because I'm funny when I'm doing stealth because I freak out whenever I get spotted. We should do some Assassin's Creed, shouldn't we? Some of the earlier ones. Oh, Talia's here. Hello, Talia. You turned up and I didn't even notice. Hi, I'm sorry. It's because there's so many of you now. It's just I'm just so popular. That's what it is. I'm just a victim of my own success. What was I saying? Detective games, yes. So stealth games work well. First-person shooters probably would, but I don't enjoy them. Like when we did BioShock, I mostly stopped because I got bored. Even with my weird, unique way of playing it, I just can't stick with them. First-person shooters. Like stealth games I can do because I think the stealth adds an element of entertainment for me personally, whereas just shooting people doesn't. Just doesn't do it for me. I just don't. I find them too. I can't deal with it. Even when there's a good story, I'm just like. But yes, I think detective games would be fun. There's a brilliant game called The Council. I keep planning on doing it for a Halloween type thing, although knowing me, it'll end up being done at Christmas. Because, you know, I was you remember how I started the Planet Zoo series for the Christmas series? I never quite finished it. I think there's like 1 or 2 episodes left in it, I think, before I've almost finished it. And then, yeah, I just never got back to doing it. I had an idea that I was going to do like a final last episode and upload it on Easter Sunday. Finish the Christmas series on Easter Sunday. But then I never got round to it. But we'll finish it next Christmas. Anyway, yeah, it's called The Council, and it's a puzzle game. But it's a really good puzzle game because it gets the balance perfectly, where the puzzles are hard enough that you feel like you've achieved something when you solve them, which is very rare in video games. Normally, the puzzles in video games are not that difficult at all. But you actually have to, like, think. You have to use your thinky brain to solve these puzzles. And you actually, when you solve them, there's a real sense of achievement. But they're not so difficult that you have to be, like, a genius. You know, where some puzzle games are, like, for, like, really serious puzzle people who really love doing puzzles and are very clever. Which is great, but it's not me. You know, so they're sort of like, they're at the perfect difficulty where you don't have to be a genius to solve them, but you do actually have to use your brain a bit. And I got through the whole game without having to Google any of the stuff. And it's a really good game. The story is fucking mental bananas, honestly. It's one of those stories where, like, it follows quite a normal sort of thing for a way. It's a bit Agatha Christie-ish. There's sort of like, you know, murders and things, and you're all in a mansion on an island in the middle of nowhere with like a reclusive billionaire running the whole thing kind of stuff, and you've got to kind of go around and talk to people and find clues and work out what's going on and everything. And then right near the end, it just goes completely batshit crazy. It's just like, oh, by the way, there's demons. Like, what? Jericho's here. Hello, Jericho. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I would love to do the council. Yeah, we should do the Assassin's Creed games, because I've only really... The only one I've ever finished is Odyssey. By the way, I adore Odyssey. It's one of my favourite games of all time. But it's very long. I don't know if we would... It took me over a year to complete it the first time. Not continuously. I did have a few months where I didn't play it for a while. But yeah, you've really got to commit to that game. The DLCs are appalling. Don't play the DLCs. They're just a waste of time. They're... You know, they're just, yes, no, there's nothing interesting in the DLCs. But yes, I loved Odyssey. And I started playing Valhalla. And I've told this story before. There was a boss that I couldn't defeat because I was playing on PlayStation and I can't use controllers well enough. But I've got it on PC, but I've still yet to play it. But I believe Bamborough Castle is in it. And Bamborough Castle is about an hour that way. Which way am I facing? The sea will be over there, I think. So yeah, Bamborough Castle's about an hour up there. I'm planning on going there because I've got 12 days off work and I've got a list of places to go because I refuse to just sit in the flat and do nothing like I end up doing whenever I have time off work. I'm going to... I have places I want to go. I want to go to Bamborough Castle. I want to go to Alnwick Castle. I want to go to Belsay. I want to go to Beamish, which I've already been to once this year, but I love Beamish. And when you... It's one of those ones where you get the annual pass, so it's like 20 quid or something, and you get free entry for a year. I love Beamish. Where else do I want to go? I'm thinking of going back down to the Yorkshire Wildlife Park and seeing the polar bears again, but just for a day trip this time. Because it's like a 2-hour drive. So it's not too bad. I could do that in a day. Hexham. Quite like Hexham. I might not get to all of these places in the 12 days. I'm reading the chat and trying to think at the same time, and you know that never works. Can't think at the best of times, never mind when I'm trying to do something else. I'm sure there was somewhere else I was thinking of going. I mean, there's other places around, like Chillingham. I've never been to Chillingham, you know. It's meant to be one of the most haunted places in Britain, and it's called Chillingham. Yes. And what's the other one? There's another big castle near me. I can't remember what it's called, and I've never been there. I'm sure it's over Hexham direction. That Hexham's kind of that way behind me. I can't bloody remember what it's called. I can see it. I can picture it. I've seen pictures of it. What the fuck's it called? It's a big one. Big castle. Not as big as Bamborough, but it's big. I can't bloody remember. Anyway, the poison gardens. There's common misconception. Yes, Alnwick has a poison garden. And a giant treehouse that you can walk around. That's very cool. I applied for a job at Alnwick Castle, but I didn't get it. Anyway, what are we talking about in the chat? Assassin's Creed. Yeah, we should do Assassin's Creed, shouldn't we? Because they're all historical. And you know I'm a history nerd. And you know there's actually an Assassin's Creed history podcast done by Ubisoft that you could listen to called... Is it Echoes Through History or something like that? I do have it saved. I've yet to listen to it because I've got so many bloody history podcasts that I listen to. But I do have it saved in my Spotify library. Echoes of History, there we go. With, what's his name? What's his name? His name must be somewhere. Matt Lewis, who I think also does the Ancients for History Hit. Hang on, I've got that podcast somewhere as well. The Ancients. It is Matt Lewis who does the Ancients, isn't it? Possibly. It's not telling me. Oh no, Tristan Hughes. What else does Matt Lewis do? I'm sure Matt Lewis does something else that I listen to. Matt Lewis. Gone medieval. That right with no, that's not what I wanted, man. For God's sake, honestly. Technology. Oh, that's what I wanted. I think. It's Matt Lewis, the one who does Gone Medieval. Why does it not just tell you who's doing the fucking podcast? Look, it's got all about what the podcast's about, but then it doesn't tell you who is actually presenting the podcast. I mean, I know it's co-presented by Eleanor Yoniger, who I like. I do like Eleanor Yoniger. Matt Lewis, there we go. Well, I like when they do their little adverts for Gone Medieval. She's Dr. Eleanor Yoniger and he's just Matt Lewis. And the way they do it is always funny because I think he goes, with me, Matt Lewis, and then she's like, and me, Dr. Eleanor Yoniger. Oh dear. I don't listen to Gone Medieval that often. I should probably listen to it more. You see, because History Hit has loads of history podcasts. And the two that I listen to the most are Betwixt the Sheets, which is the sexy one. The History of Sex, Scandal and Society. I like that one. And After Dark. Myths, Misdeeds and the Paranormal, because you know I like stuff like that. But the other ones, I listen to them now and then, but I find them a bit dry. Like, I mean, even for me, I'm a massive history nerd, but even I have to accept that sometimes history is a bit boring just to listen to. And I think you need one of two things for a really good history podcast. You either need a really good host who makes it very entertaining, which is what Betwixt the Sheets has, with, what's her name? Kate Lister. Or you need a good format. So After Dark, I mean, for starters, it's got two hosts. Anthony Delaney and Maddie Pelling. Look at me remembering names. I think it's always better when you've got two hosts because they sort of play off against each other. But they do a very... what's the word I'm looking for? They, like... they like dramatise it. So they'll write a sort of dramatised version of whatever they're covering and then make it very theatrical and stuff like that, and then they'll get into the actual history. So it's sort of like, it draws you in, it's intriguing. I like that. Some of the other podcasts, depends what they're talking about, like not just the Tudors is sometimes good and sometimes boring, depending what they're talking about. The Ancients is the same. And then there's American History Hit, which I just cannot get into. I find it so boring. Not because the history is boring, because the host is boring. Like, he is just so boring. Like, he did one about the Salem witch trials. How can you possibly make the Salem witch trials boring? I'd only got like halfway into it, and then I was like, nah, I can't listen to this anymore. And it's a shame, because American history is very interesting, but he's just the most boring host in the world. Yeah, anyway. Ooh, Fred is recommending Skin, A History of Nudity in the Movies. That does sound exciting. Did I finish my Twix? Yes, I did. That's a shame. Means I don't have a Twix anymore. You can't have your Twix and eat it. Should talk about now. We were talking about Assassin's Creed, weren't we? Yes, we should do the Assassin's Creed. Because, yes, Odyssey is the only one I've finished. And then I played some of Valhalla. And then got stuck. Now I need to go back to it. Because I think from what I remember, I think I preferred Valhalla for its gameplay. I think Odyssey felt like a better world to me. I was quite annoyed. I mean, I know a lot of people criticised Odyssey for the map being too big. It wasn't too big for me. I loved it. I think they did it really well. There was always something interesting to look at. Like, it never felt, for me, it never felt like it got boring. And then I got really excited when they were doing Valhalla, because of course it's England that they're doing, so it's like places that I know, and I got really excited, and then like the map is tiny compared to Odyssey, and I don't know, it was annoying, because like in Odyssey they mapped the whole of Greece. I mean, obviously it was scaled down, but it was still the whole of Greece. And then in Valhalla they do like, it's mostly just the east coast, isn't it? They don't even have like the western bit. Wales isn't in there, which I was very annoyed about. Scotland isn't in there. It's like, for fuck's sake, man. You did the whole of Greece and you can't do the whole of Britain. Like, how, Britain's tiny. Oh. And I never got as far as getting up north to, like, places that I actually know. But I assume... I mean, I'm sure I've seen a picture with what looks like Bamburgh Castle in the background. So I assume it's in there. And Lindisfarne must be. I mean, Lindisfarne's a bit further south, isn't it? I think. Than Bamburgh is. But Lindisfarne is where the Vikings first landed when they came to Britain. If you've ever watched Vikings on Amazon Prime, excellent show, very much recommend it. Where they first land in Britain and they go to the monastery and they kill all the monks and they kill St. Cuthbert. And that actually happened, and it's on Lindisfarne, which is now Holy Island. Lindisfarne is like its old name, and I believe Lindisfarne means Holy Island, I think. So, like, its modern name is Holy Island, but people still call it Lindisfarne. And that was where the Vikings first landed, when they first came to Britain. So you can't have a Viking game set in Britain without Lindisfarne. Like, Lindisfarne better be there. I was about to Google something. What was I about to Google? Oh, no, I was going to look on here. I was going to look to see... Valhalla. Right, if I put me... Oh, shit. I'm opening up things that I don't want to be opening up. If I put that on. I think that's Bamburgh Castle. It looks like it. If we get a picture of Bamburgh Castle up. Bamburgh Castle. Yeah, so that's Bamburgh Castle. Oh, isn't she beautiful? I love the castle. Whenever I go to Bamburgh, when you come in from the south, where I come, like, you know, I'm south of Bamburgh. So when you come in, like, from the south, you come in, there's a little road that cuts, like, along the side of the castle. So you come in along the side of the castle, and the castle's looming above you, because the road goes right along. But what I always like to do is drive right through Bamburgh, turn around, and then come back, because there's a bit where you come up and over a hill, and as you come over the hill you can see the castle, and you see it like that. Like, oh, isn't she beautiful? Yeah, so that's Bamburgh Castle. And then... That looks like it, right? Yeah. It must be, surely. Anyway. Put my big camera back on. Faffing with me piercings. Why do piercings take so long to heal? It's very annoying. I want to get the tragus done on that side. Yeah, that side. I want to get the tragus done. And then on that side, I want the... Is it called the... I want to say conch. Is that what it's called? Where you, like in that bit. In there. I want to get that bit done. And I might get a few more helixes and things. Yeah, I want the tragus done. I'm trying to decide if I can pluck up the courage to get that rook done, because I got the rook done on that side and it fucking killed, and I am not squeamish. Like, I've got a high pain tolerance, very little bothers me. You can stick needles in me and do whatever. And it doesn't bother me, but that rook piercing, fucking hell. Yeah. We've gone down to 4 viewers. We lost people. That's alright. Those people didn't matter. Those people didn't matter. Don't care about the people who leave. You know, they've probably got like lives and things to do. That's possible. Sit here and watch a woman talk crap. These kind of videos are my favourite kind of videos though on YouTube. You're just watching people do things. It's nice, isn't it? Not people trying to be entertaining or anything, just people doing stuff. To get your eyebrows done. The healing process keeps making me put it off. I always think people who get their eyebrows done like professionally, it looks weird. I always think it doesn't matter what they do when they've had them, you know, done. I mean, I pluck them. I mean, they're getting a bit bushy at the minute there, look at that. So I like pluck them. But like when they actually go to like a proper place and get their eyebrows done, I always think it just looks odd. I don't think it ever looks quite right. I don't know. Like a natural eyebrow. Just me. Like I always think people look better without their makeup on as well. That's, I don't know. Oh, get your eyebrow pierced, you mean? Of course you might get her eyebrow pierced. You were talking about piercings, Magpie. For fuck's sake, woman. You mean like that? Like that? Yeah. That's one of the shortest healing processes. It only like 4 weeks, I think. 6 weeks. So it's the same as I'm just laughing at myself. It's the same as lobe piercings, but I think that because I got that done, because I got my second lobe piercing done, and I'm sure I got that done after, and that was like healed before. Yeah, but that didn't take long to heal at all. And you're not aware of it. Like with the ear piercings, you're aware of it when it's healing. I mean, that stopped hurting like an hour after it had got done and never really hurt again. Apart from the fact that like 2 days later I went to the hairdresser's and she caught it with the comb. That was a little bit, and it bruised up a little bit. But yeah, but I mean, that caused me absolutely no bother at all. The eyebrow. I mean, you just forget it's even there. Like with the ear piercings, you know they're there. I mean, because one thing, like you're sleeping on them and things like that. And the ears are more sensitive, but with the eyebrow, no, I would say go for it. Get your eyebrow done. It won't bother you, even while it's healing. Most likely. Although I seem to be a good healer. The guy who does my piercings, when I went back after having the rook done, he was like, God, you've just got perfect healing. You, all the things that would normally cause problems don't cause problems. But yeah, I do seem to be medically blessed. I don't know. I've never had like all of the health problems in my family, and I seem to have dodged all of them. Like basically everybody in my family has glasses, apart from me. And asthma is a big one. Not me. Blood pressure problems. My blood pressure's always perfect. It'll probably catch up with me later. I'll probably end up dying of cancer when I'm like 35 or something. That's be lucky my whole life, and then all of a sudden. Yes. And also, like I never get stomach bugs. That's the thing. Never get stomach bugs. Or I do, but not like people get stomach bugs. Like I'm never sick. I couldn't tell you the last time I was actually physically sick. Probably when I was about 12. I remember actually. I had a sickness bug because my dad had made homemade burgers. He used to make these homemade burgers, but he didn't season them, and they were the most disgusting things. Honest to God, they really were awful. It was just, you know what unseasoned meat is like. It's just like, eh. Yeah, I remember I threw it back up again. And I thought it was just because it was a disgusting burger, but it was actually sickness bug. And I think I was about 12. I think that was the last time I was ever physically sick. I have vomited phlegm before when I've got a really bad cold. There's a nice image for you. You know when you get really thick phlegm in your throat and it triggers your gag reflex? Yeah, and you vomit up just literally phlegm. There you go. I hope none of you were eating. But like an actual sickness bug, yeah, just don't get them. I'll get like a dicky tummy, you know, where you just feel a bit bleh. When there's sickness bugs going around, I sometimes get that, and I'm like, oh, I've got the sickness bug, but I'm not like actually vomiting like people do. I very rarely get colds. When I do, they're not usually that dramatic. I should not be talking like this. The god is sitting up there rubbing his hands together going, oh, you never get ill, do you? Well. Time to sign her up for something. Oh dear. Like last week when I said I was ill, you know, I said I was ill. What I meant was I was a little bit fluey because there's been a cold going around work. But what I got was just like a little bit, you know, like when you feel like you're getting a cold, but then it never actually properly turned into a cold. I just felt a bit, you know. A dicky tummy is a new phrase for Talia, is it? It's quite a common one on this side of the pond. If you've got digestive issues, you've got a dicky tummy. There you go. It's a new one for you. Can whip that out. Oh, I was watching, what was I watching? Have I Got News for You? Which is where I get most of my news. When Have I Got News for You isn't on, I don't get any news. And they were doing a story about, apparently Americans are watching Love Island, and they're picking up British phrases. And I can't remember what it was. I know kerfuffle was one, but they had all these words that apparently Americans were starting to use from watching Love Island. Oh, there's Star in the background. Hello, Star. And then they were like, apparently people are starting to say trousers instead of pants, which is weird because over here the opposite is happening. So many people now say pants instead of trousers. So many. But anyway, they did that bit on If I Got News for You, and I was like, that's amazing because we're clawing it back. Like, what's happening over here is people are adopting Americanisms and not even realising they're Americanisms. Like cupcake, people have completely forgotten that's an Americanism. Now we all just use that. Used to be fairy cake back in my day, but no, it's cupcake now. Hello. What? What? No, Star. You can see I'm very busy. I'm very busy. I'm so busy, aren't I? Look how busy I am. She wants to come and interfere. I don't know. I know, Welsh friend, Love Island. I know, of all the things they could watch. But if it's making them use British words, I'm cool with it. You know, we need to reclaim some of our lost power. Pick up most of your British phrases from Magpie live streams. Most of my phrases aren't British phrases, they're Magpie phrases. Nobody else uses them. It makes sense only to me. Mm-hmm. No. No. What? What? Star, if you want to come up here, then just come up here. You are a putty. You have agency. You can do whatever you want to do, Star. What? What? Well, come up here then, for heaven's sake. There we go. You're so beautiful. Yes, you are. Hello, sweetie. I know. This is your live stream now. This is your live stream now. Yes, it is. Hmm? Yes, it is. You're so beautiful, aren't you? Look at your little face. Look how pretty it is. Yes. It's like 75% eyes. Look how big her eyes are. Look up here. How big her eyes are. They're so huge. The Wisconsin accent is one of the most unique ones. Really? I have no idea what Wisconsin accent sounds like. So cute. What I find most interesting about accents and dialects and things is that you can have words and phrases that you use every day that you don't realise are just local words and phrases until you move outside the local area. And I mean, I don't know what it's like in the US or anywhere else in the world, but here in Britain, I mean, like, each town will have its own words. And then you go to the next town over, and they have, like, a different language, practically. It's funny to hear people try to do it for TV and movie roles. Geordie accents are always hilarious to watch people try to do. Like, there's a detective show called Vera, which has just finished, actually. It just had its last series, which is set round where I live. And when I lived in Scotland, I used to love watching it because it's all filmed around here, so you would see places that you know. And now that I've moved back here, it's even more fun watching it because you sort of like see roads that I drive down every day. It's just like, it's so cool. But so they've got Brenda Blethyn playing the lead, and she's not from Northumberland, but she does quite a good job at doing the accent. There's the odd word slips through every now and then, but generally she's quite good. And then they have some like actual Geordie actors, but a lot of like the ones who just come in for one episode and stuff like that, they just try to put a Geordie accent on it. Honest to God, they're so bad. They just kind of throw a way I in every now and then and kind of go, yeah, that's Geordie. How man? That's good enough. In Norway we have a bazillion dialects, and within said dialects there are local accents. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's like in Britain as well. Talia's watched Vera! I'm so impressed, Talia. You've watched Vera. You've seen places that I go on a daily basis. Yeah, but Brenda Blethens is quite good. And then Joe, the guy who plays Joe, actually is Geordie. The guy who plays his wife is Geordie. I don't know if the one who played Aiden was. I don't know if Aiden was even meant to be from Northumberland, actually. I can't remember. And they would occasionally have, like, Chelsea Halfpenny was in one of the episodes in the last season, the one they've just done. And she's Geordie. Because Jill Halfpenny is her mother, who is also Geordie. And an actress. And the woman who voiced the protagonist in Veilguard, Rook, Jesus, with the Geordie accent, sounds very much like Jill Halfpenny. Every now and then I would be listening to her and think, oh, she sounds like Jill Halfpenny. Soulmates watched it as well. Oh my god, so many people have watched Vera and heard terrible Geordie accents. Oh, some of them are good. Some of them are good Geordie accents. But none of them talk like what people actually talk like. This is the thing. They are speaking English in a Geordie accent, but they're not using like Geordie words that only Geordies would use. Do you know what I mean? Because then people wouldn't understand them. So like the way that I hear people talk like at work, let's say, is not what you hear like using actual Geordie words. I mean, some people are so Geordie, even I struggle to understand them, honestly. People with like really thick Geordie accents. My dad's Geordie accent is quite thick. There were times where he would say something and I was like, what? You know. But yeah. And then if you listen to like old Geordie songs in like the actual dialect, like Keep Your Feet Still, Geordie Hinny, and that kind of thing. Proper Geordie songs if you want to hear some real Geordie. I'll probably find a thing of Geordie songs. I would get copyrighted if I actually showed it, which is why I'm thinking when we do the Sunday talkie episode I might make it a private one, because then I can show things and not worry about getting copyrighted. Because if you get copyright strikes on unlisted videos, it's fine, it doesn't count. It's only if you get them on public videos. Viral Effects is here. Hello, Viral Effects. But if I can find... I can link it in the Discord. Keep your feet still, Geordie Hinny. Oh, hang on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll turn the desktop audio off, so it's not going to turn up in the live stream, hopefully. Have a listen. It's not a very good one. Stop it. That'll do. I'll put that in the Discord. You can get a general idea of what like true old Geordie would have sounded like. Oop, there we go. What's up, Squeaky? Yeah, where's my thing? Accents are fascinating though, aren't they? They're just so fascinating. So interesting. And I love it when you get to hear like an accent or a dialect that you don't normally get to hear. I loved, one of my favourite things about Assassin's Creed Odyssey was the fact that they hired actual Greek voice actors. I thought that was fabulous. And you got to hear like how all the place names and things are actually meant to be pronounced, and the names of the gods and stuff like that are actually meant to be pronounced. Things like Pythagoras instead of Pythagoras and things like that. I loved that. And the fact that, I mean, although they were speaking English, they would slip Greek words in, which, like, even though if you don't necessarily know what they mean, you can work out what they mean in the context that they were used in. Like, you know, I loved that. I thought it was fabulous. Yeah. And then, like, background conversation, when you were walking around, background conversations were going on in Greek. I thought that was brilliant. And they did the same for Origins, which was set in Egypt. Except whenever they had like important characters like Cleopatra and Caesar and people like that, they had English accents, and I could not understand why, and I found it so immersion breaking. It was so weird that you're wandering around listening to all these wonderful Egyptian accents, and then you walk in and Cleopatra's talking in like this really posh English accent, and I'm like, why? She's Cleopatra. Oh. I'm like, how man? There are certain shows that were better at showing off the Geordie accent. So like Alvida Saint Pet, they had proper Geordie accents. Although again, I still say wouldn't necessarily be like how people actually talk. Actually, Sam Fender did a video on YouTube where he does about... Because the thing is, there are videos on YouTube of sort of like getting Geordies to translate certain Geordie phrases. And it's always really stereotypical Geordie phrases that nobody actually uses. Right, but Sam Fender did a one. See if I can find it. I can't remember what channel it was on. Geordie slang. Where it was like a bit better. And I sent it to Fred once, and I'm pretty sure he didn't watch it. Is it that one? I think it's this one. It's only 3 minutes long. Yeah, it was that one. So there you go. I'll show you some. If you're interested. Which you're probably not, but that's fine. Whoop. Ooh. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Squeaky? Hey? Stop chewing my headphones, young madam. You don't want me to chew them, why you put them in front of me? Another video that I found that I really liked was, she's a poet from the Shetland Islands, and she was talking Shetlandic. That was a really good video. Because when I lived in Scotland, you see, the bit of Scotland I lived in, Aberdeenshire, we lived very rurally, and in Aberdeenshire they speak Doric, which isn't technically a language. Officially, it's a dialect, but if you heard it, it's a language. And I mean, I had, like, friends who would speak, like, English at school and speak Doric at home. Do you know what I mean? And Shetlandic is very similar to Doric. So, like, listening to her speak Shetlandic, I could understand it all because I sort of learned to understand Doric. I couldn't speak Doric because my mouth just doesn't work like that. Like, I cannot do accents. I just can't do it. I cannot change the accent of my voice. It is an ability I do not possess. So I couldn't speak Doric for the life of me, but I can pretty much understand it when I hear it. And Shetlandic is very, very, very similar. That was a fascinating video, I remember. Listening to us speak Shetlandic. Been going an hour and a half. It just flies, doesn't it, when we just sit here and talk crap? Oh, meow meow, what? Welsh friend can't do accents either, no. I wonder if it's something you have to learn when you're young, or whether it's something you either have or don't. Because I'm always fascinated by people who are multilingual. And, like, there's a YouTuber I watch who's French, and he does videos in both English and French. And sometimes he'll do, like, he'll record the same video in English and then he'll record it in French, but sometimes within the same video he'll just switch between English and French. Right? So he'll, like, say something in English and then he'll say it in French. Some of the words are the same in both languages, but what always fascinates me is that when he says it, when he's doing the French bit, he'll say it, like, with a more French accent. And then when he's saying it, when he's doing the English bit, he'll do it with, I mean, I'm not going to say an English accent because he speaks English with a French accent, but he says it, like, in more of an English way. And I'm always like, but it's the same word. I could just never quite wrap my head around that. And I'm like, I don't know, is that what you do when you're multilingual? Because in order to speak another language, you must be able to some extent, adopt the accent to be able to do it. I don't know. Soulmate is multilingual. Yes, he will be in Norwegian. I mean, I did do German in school, but I can't pretend to actually speak it. I mean, I can understand it to a certain extent. If I hear people speaking German, I can follow the gist of the conversation, but I couldn't join in. Do you know what I mean? Oh, bloody hell. Soulmate's a flipping language guru. I don't even know what that first one is that you've said you can understand. Danish and Swedish and some Dutch and a little bit of German. But how different are, like, Norwegian, Danish and Swedish from each other? Are they really different or are they quite similar? Liverpool accent is Scouse. Yes, it's a very distinctive accent. And it originates from, well, is inspired by, shall we say, is influenced by Irish. Because Liverpool is, like, right across from Ireland, so when the Irish immigrants started coming across during the famine, a lot of them ended up in Liverpool. So the Liverpool accent is kind of Irish-ish. And it never twigged with me. I never made the connection until there was a Liverpudlian character in something. I can't even remember what it was. And there was an American who commented, and they were trying to work out what all the different accents were, because they were all British accents. And they said this character was obviously Irish. And I was like, no, that's a Liverpool accent. And it never occurred to me that they sounded similar. Until that point. But then it's things like, to my ear, American accents and Canadian accents sound the same. Like, I could not tell you the difference between them. If you had an American and a Canadian stood in front of me and they both talked, I couldn't tell you which was which. But, like, to Americans and Canadians, that's probably, like, it's probably obvious which is which. So it's to do with what your ear is trained to, isn't it? Like, where I'm from, so Northumberland, and also Aberdeenshire, because I lived there for so long, I can tell the difference between accents in towns that are less than 10 miles apart from each other. You know, you can have two people talk and I could go, oh, aye, she's from Blythe and she's from Ashington, you know. But once you start getting further south, not even that far south, like, Yorkshire accents sound mostly the same to me. You know, I can tell you it's a Yorkshire accent, I couldn't tell you where from exactly. So it's interesting because my ear's not trained to it, you see. But if I lived there for a while, I probably could. It's interesting, isn't it? Though I think the Bolton accent is quite distinctive within the plethora of Yorkshire accents. I can always recognise a Bolton accent. I do like a Bolton accent. Yeah. Sorry, we're just talking about languages and accents and things now. I find it all so fascinating. Isn't it so fascinating? Worst voted accent in the UK is Brummie, yes. But the thing is, it's funny. It depends how Brummie it is. Like in Peaky Blinders, they're speaking Brummie accents, aren't they? And it's quite sexy, I think. They made the Brummie accent quite sexy when they did Peaky Blinders. But I mean, there's a couple of Brummies that I work with, and I don't find it a nice accent to listen to. Doesn't help the fact that neither of them are particularly likeable people, so that might just be that. See, this is why we should have private talking live streams. Imagine if one of them came across this video just by pure chance. Just hearing me going, yeah, they're not very nice. Oh dear, let's hope I never become internet famous. Is he the Baron in The Witcher 3? He has a really thick Brummie accent. Well, I wouldn't say it was thick, but it's very... I don't know, you see, the thing is, I don't know how accurate it is. I don't know if he was voiced by a Brummie or if it was somebody just putting on a very stereotypically Brummie accent. I don't know. I can't tell. But it's not enjoyable to listen to. Brummie's the only one I would say I don't like. I can't really think of any British accents that I particularly don't like. I was going to say I don't like posh. But then some people make the posh accent quite sexy. Tara Palmer Tompkinson, she was very posh and she was... Oof. Her voice was sexy as shit. Victoria Coren. I mean, I wouldn't say she was overwhelmingly posh, Victoria Coren Mitchell, but oh. Who doesn't have a crush on Victoria Coren Mitchell? I'm really fascinated by what a Wisconsin accent is now that you've said it, Talia. I can't remember where Wisconsin is. I used to be so good with my American geography, I knew where all the states were. Because I do like a Southern American accent, you know, like proper like Texas and things. I love that. I love that. Like, there's what's the podcast I listen to? It's called Body Bags with I can't remember his name now. The pathologist, death investigator, whatever he is. Joseph Scott Morgan. I think I could listen to him forever. I just think it's the most beautiful. Put it to YouTube. Wisconsin accent. Because the trouble is, I don't know whether any of these are going to be accurate or not. Sometimes you can look up a Geordie accent on YouTube and half the videos are like, not even Geordie. Which one of these videos do I trust? Can you find a video for me, Talia? Find a one that you think is a good representation. interesting thing about the US is the Atlantic accent, which is entirely made up. Yes, is that the one that like the Hollywood people spoke? They sort of invented an accent which was slightly American and slightly English and very sexy. Very sexy. Jericho likes the French accent. Yeah, French accents are funny. They're one of those ones where, like, if it's it's one of those, they're either one way or the other. You have lovely French accents which are beautiful, and then the kind of French accents that make your ears bleed. They go one way or the other. I was like, the French YouTuber that I watch has a beautiful French accent. He's an ASMRist. He's my favourite ASMRist. He's the only ASMR videos that I watch these days are his. He's got a lovely voice. Wisconsin, up north in the middle. Good. Yeah, I used to know all of the... Because during lockdown, I taught myself geography. That's what I did to pass the time. And I knew where all the American states were. I knew I did American states. I did countries in Europe, countries in Africa, countries in Asia. Fred just lost part of the power in his apartment. So long as it's not the bit that the router's plugged into. So you've still got internet and you can still watch me. That's all you need, really. You don't need power for anything else. You just need my face. What other accents do we like? Spanish is very nice. Well, actual Spanish is sometimes a bit... There's softer sort of like Mallorca. Mallorca's a very nice accent. And I like a Nigerian accent. I think Nigeria is a lovely accent. Someone quite likes the Scottish accent. What kind of Scottish accent? Like a real broad, like Glaswegian, or like a softer sort of Edinburgh, Fife. Fife's quite a nice accent. I do like a broad Glaswegian. I love Kevin Bridges. He's a stand-up comedian from Glasgow with a proper Glaswegian accent. I love... I mean, I'm not big into stand-up comedy, to be honest. I don't watch a lot of stand-up comedy. But I just love listening to him. And I love the fact that he hasn't toned it down. Like a lot of people you'll find with a regional accent, when they go on telly and they end up, you know, going on television a lot, they tone down their accent. Which you can understand because, I mean, you naturally do that whenever you venture outside of your local area or you're talking to somebody. Like, I mean, I'm more Geordie when I'm talking to Geordies. And I'm less Geordie when I'm talking to, like, you know... I mean, I'm not very Geordie generally, to be honest. But, yeah, but Kevin Bridges hasn't, like, he has not neglected that Glaswegian accent at all. He just owns it, and I love that. And he doesn't care if nobody understands what he says. Oh, I love that. Because you do get a lot of Geordies that become very un-Geordie. Do you know Alexander Armstrong is from Rothbury? He doesn't sound Geordie at all anymore, does he? Nah. I'm saying that like I think you all know who Alexander Armstrong is. Or where Rothbury is. Rothbury's in Northumberland, and Alexander Armstrong is a TV presenter from Rothbury, and he doesn't sound it at all anymore. Like Steph McGovern, she's proper toned down her Geordie accent as well. Very upper middle classes, Alexander. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are sort of like posh Northumbrian accents. And Rothbury is quite posh, to be fair. Rothbury is definitely... Yes. When you're working class like me, Rothbury is a place you visit. It's not a place you live. Very beautiful, Rothbury. It's like right in the middle of lots of rolling hillside and stuff. And when you're driving to it, there's lots of like just fields of heather around you. So if you go at the right time of year, it's all purple and beautiful. And then you kind of go over this hill and there's Rothbury. It's very, very beautiful, Rothbury. Ended up on the national news quite a few years ago when I can't even remember his name now. Went on a murderous rampage and remember he shot his girlfriend and something like that, and there was a manhunt for him across all of Northumberland, and he got to Rothbury and shot himself. And I remember thinking, what a sad thing for Rothbury to end up on the news for. Rothbury's so beautiful, and it's known for the place where the mad lunatic shot himself. I can't remember his name. They made a TV drama about it not long ago. I bet you if I type Rothbury into Google, it'll be the first thing that comes up. But I remember that was back when I lived in Scotland. So I was following the news from Scotland, and they were naming all these places that he'd been. And one of them, I think, was Seaton Delaval, right? And they pronounced it Seaton Darville. And me and my mum were like, Seaton Darville? What the fuck is that? Seaton Delaval. Oh no, actually it hasn't come up. It must have outlived that particular part of its history. Northumberland Wildlife Trust hopes a new bull can boost wildlife on Rothbury Estate. Well. Oh, there's a Rothbury in America. Oh, where's Rothbury in America? Let's have a look. Rothbury. Oop, that's not how you spell Rothbury. Rothbury. Michigan. Well, 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 there's a Rothbury in America. There's an everything in America. Do you know what? Pretty much every place name in Britain has at least one American counterpart. Oh, there's Wisconsin. There we go. In the shop. Do you ever just go on Google Maps and just look at places that you've never been? And just look at place names? I find it very interesting. I used to love playing GeoGuessr. They've changed it now though, it's not like it used to be. It used to just be a fun daft little game. Last time I went on it, it was a bit... Yeah. There's a Paris in Texas. I know there's is it Florida where you've got Venice on the same coastline as Inverness? I remember thinking that was hilarious. Let's have a look. Florida. Florida, where's Florida? That's Florida. The sticky out bit. Well, there's a Naples. Oh. Venice? Yeah, I'm sure there's an Inverness. I'm sure somewhere there's an Inverness. Oh, there's a South Venice as well. Blind Pass Beach. Historic Spanish Point. Siesta Key! Oh, that's cute. That's Tampa, which always makes me think of tampons whenever I hear it said. St. Petersburg. It's so funny looking at maps of America. I'm sure there's an Inverness. Hang on, let's have a look. Do you know what? I put Inverness into Google Maps and the first one that comes up is Florida. Oh, there's one in Illinois as well, apparently. And California. How many fucking Invernesses do you have? There it is. Yep. Oh no, Fred's got power problems. Stay with us, Fred! Still bet goes on trips on Google Maps, I know. I sometimes, like, if I'm getting something delivered from somewhere abroad, I remember once I was getting stuff. Oh, it was the Morrigan and Leliana posters, actually. I was getting them off a seller on Etsy, I think? Or was it Redbubble? I can't remember, it was one of them. And it was coming from somewhere in America, I can't remember. California, I think. And it had, like, the return address, and I looked up exactly where the address was. I just think it's interesting to just kind of go in, see what streets look like and things. Reno. From Sister Act. That's what I know Reno from. Love Sister Act. Oh. Olympia. Oh, we're up into Canada now. Hang on. Actually, Canada has interesting place names as well, doesn't it? My laptop's turned itself off. Turn yourself back on, laptop. Churchill. Whale Cove. Head somewhere else. Where should we go? Where should we go? Should we go to Australia? Oh, fuck. Zoom in on somewhere random. Four Ways. Oh, an interesting name. Four Ways. There's a metro station called Four Lane Ends in Newcastle. Actually, what I also like about Newcastle, so we're talking about in America, you've got like Inverness up the coast from Venice. In Newcastle, you've got New York about 10-15 miles from Washington. Hang on. Washington. Newcastle. 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 It's determined to give me every single Washington in bloody America. Washington, America. And then where's New York? Oh, well, maybe a bit further away than that. Star, will you shush? I am Googling things. New York's tiny as well. It's like I wouldn't even call it a hamlet. It's like a street. New York. New. Oh, you know what? The first one that's come up is New York North Shields, which is the one I want. There we go. New York. It's absolutely teeny, teeny, tiny. It's teeny, 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 tiny. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring it up on here and I'll show you where New York is. Star! I am busy! This is very important stuff that's going on here. New York North Shields. I'll put my thing up. Get a cam. Where's the internet gone? There it is. That's New York. This here is New York. If we pop a little... Where's me little man? Put me little man. Yep. This is New York. It's just a field. It's literally a field. This is New York. There you go. Exciting, isn't it? And then Washington is... Where's Washington? It's down here. Yeah, there it is. Washington. Down here. There you go. There's Heartburn. Or Hurtburn, rather. Heartburn is a place. It's a place further up. Star? Shush. I know. But you're too squeaky. There's Boomer. I like Boomer. It's a nice beach at Boomer. And there's Bamborough, the castle. And where's Lindisfarne? Right, so those are the Farne Islands. Oh no, Lindisfarne is further up. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, Holy Island and Lindisfarne Castle. And the Causeway. Because Holy Island, when the tide is in, it's cut off from the mainland. But when the tide is out, there's a road across. So if you live, because people live on Holy Island, and if they want to get off the island, they have to time it with the tide times. Because when the tide's in, they can't get off the island. Except by boat. They have to wait till the tide's out. Star, will you shut up? What? Come up here then, you daft little monkey. Oh! You want attention? Hey? You want attention? Hmm? There's a London in Ohio. Oh, we've gone down to 3 viewers. Oh, they're not interested in my geography. Who would have thought geography would be boring? Honestly. What else is there? Beadnell. Beadnell's quite nice as well. And sea houses. Best fish and chips in the world you'll get from sea houses. Mwah. And Craster. Craster's lovely. A lot of nice beaches up here, actually. Almouth's a bit boring. Amble has a wonderful market on a Sunday. Cresswell is a very nice beach. Linemouth, you drive through as quickly as possible. Don't stop, don't unlock your doors. Do not talk to anybody in Linemouth. Ever. And Camas Beach. I love Camas Beach. Camas Beach is lovely. Oh, and 10 points if you know how to pronounce that. I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a minute to predict how you possibly pronounce that. You're so beautiful. You are. You are. I mean, quite annoying and very squeaky. Otherwise, very beautiful. Uffum is how you pronounce that. Don't ask me why. Uffum. Oh, and there's Cockle Park. Everybody's favourite. Oh dear, there's Northumberland Zoo. Which is not as exciting as it sounds. I think the most exciting thing they have is like a raccoon or something. Hey. Get your putty paws off my laptop. What are you doing? Oh dear. What are you doing? Get down here. Daft Apeth. Put big camera back on again. Full cat camera. Hey. 4 viewers star. They leave when you turn up, you know. It's true. Scare them away. You're too fearsome. You are. You're a fearsome, fearsome putty. Descended from lions, probably. You strike fear into the hearts of people. What should we talk about now? It's been 2 hours. How has it been 2 hours? I don't understand time. If we were playing the Outer Worlds, it wouldn't have been 2 hours. It would have been like an hour and a half. It's true. It's the truth. Star, I will throw things. Shush! I know you've got putty food. I know your litter tray is clean. I know you've got water. There is nothing you could possibly need. If you want attention, go and jump on your brother. Squeak face. Fred's on his balcony because his apartment is dark without power. Is it warm? What's the weather like? It's meant to warm up tomorrow, actually. I'm sure I saw that. It's meant to get warm next week. It's a very weird time of year, spring, isn't it? It's like warm then cold, then warm then cold, then warm then cold. You know I prefer it when it's cold. Yeah, fucking 17 degrees tomorrow. 17 degrees on Monday, 18 degrees on Tuesday. It's practically tropical. 19 degrees on Wednesday, and then 16 degrees on Thursday and 15 degrees on Friday. That's just what it's like in spring, isn't it? Rewatched Dragon Age Awakening recently. That intro was classic. Oh, where Dorabella turned up without her clothes on. Yeah. I'm knackered. Oh dear. I'm looking forward to my 12 days off. I mean, I know I just had last week off. Week before this one, we've just had, you know what I mean. But I need another week off. But then, after these 12 days off, the next time off I have is October. I think I counted, it was like 21 weeks or something like that. I know. Because you know what I'm like in summer? I never want to do anything or go anywhere, so I thought there's no point putting holidays in. Fred loves Magpie's laugh. Oh, thank you, Fred. I think I find that my laugh quite reboot. I find my laugh quite annoying. I'm pleased somebody likes it. I'm also one of those people who just laughs at everything. Whatever you say, I'll laugh. I think it's a nervous tick. If you told me your mother died, I'd probably laugh. It's just how I am. Oh dear. Oh, I'm better than I used to be. I'm better at controlling myself, but I am one of those people who just laughs in inappropriate situations. You know what I mean? I've got an eyelash in my eye. Can you see it? Probably not. It's probably freaking cat hair. That's what it probably is. I don't even have anything I could like pick up and read to find something interesting to talk about. I'm waiting for my issue of PC Gamer to arrive. I mean, I do get the digital download with the subscription because I'm subscribed to PC Gamer, and I get the digital version with the subscription, but I just don't like a digital magazine. I like to have a physical. You can sit with a cup of tea, it's nice quiet, just flick through a magazine. There's nothing nicer, is there, than a nice magazine. Rewatch the sections where I giggle hysterically. Okay. I do that a lot, don't I? Yeah, it's good to laugh. What are we here on this earth for if not to laugh? What's that they say? We're here for a good time, not a long time. We've been watching anything recently? Can't think I've been watching anything. I finished Desperate Housewives and I feel like that was such an emotional journey from start to finish. I needed a break. I am watching Have I Got News For You because the new series has started. I love a bit of Have I Got News For You. I do like a panel show. I actually watched the US version of Have I Got News For You. You know, they did a US version in the run-up to the US election last year, and I think they did a season 2 that came out February, was it? But that's not on the BBC yet. But they they did a US version of Have I Got News For You last year, and they showed it on the BBC. And I didn't think I would like it, you know, but I actually really did. I really enjoyed it. Because, like, Have I Got News For You is such a... Well, two things. I mean, when Have I Got News For You started, Margaret Thatcher was Prime Minister. Just think that for a minute. And Paul Merton and Ian Hislop have been doing it that entire time. Like, they have always been the team captains on Have I Got News For You. So it's a very long-running show, and it's very well established. But also because of the format, it's since it's like a political current affairs comedy type thing, it's very culturally specific. Do you know what I mean? And I thought watching an American version, you probably wouldn't get the jokes. And I have to admit, a lot of the jokes I didn't get, but that doesn't mean it wasn't enjoyable to watch. I was surprised at how much I actually enjoyed it. Sometimes you don't need to get a joke to find it funny. Do you know what I mean? Like, a good comedian, I think it's more in the delivery. Sometimes the way they deliver a joke, you just can't help but laugh, even if you don't necessarily understand the reference, or, you know, there's just something about the way they say it that makes you laugh. Because, like, I mean, sometimes I watch, like when I'm watching, like, Golden Girls, for example, I mean, there's jokes in there that I don't get for two reasons. One, it's an American show, so, like, you know, sometimes American celebrities and things are just people I've never heard of. And also because it was in the 80s? That they did Golden Girls, or the 70s? I mean, you know, so there'll be, like, people who were famous before I was born. So sometimes there's jokes in there that, like, I don't actually understand them, but I still laugh at them. Do you know what I mean? It's weird. But no, I actually really enjoyed it. I really did. I mean, it was a little bit different. definitely a different vibe. But I'm not really, like, I thought it was going to be really different, and it wasn't. It was like, you know, it was recognisably the same show, and I really enjoyed it. I really did. Gold Girls was the 80s, yeah. A good time for comedy, the 80s, wasn't it? Those classic series came out. And was that when Victoria Wood was kind of getting started? Like, when did she do Dinner Ladies? I feel like Dinner Ladies was a bit later. But Victoria, like when she had her show with Julie Walters. That was like the 80s, I think. I looked up the Ballad of Frida and Barry a few days ago. It just popped into my head, and I thought, oh, I have to watch the Ballad of Frida and Barry again. Betty White and B. Arthur apparently did not get along in real life. Yes, I've heard that. Although I think it seemed to be... I mean, I've seen interviews where Betty White talked about it, and she certainly didn't seem to hold a grudge or anything. She just sort of said that they just didn't quite, you know... Sometimes two people just don't... You don't necessarily dislike each other or, like, have a falling out or anything. You just don't gel, you know, and that's just normal. That's just life. You know, there's just people who you're never going to completely gel with. It doesn't mean that there's like a rivalry or a feud between you or anything like that. You just, you know. I was talking about what was I talking about? Oh, the Ballad of Frida and Barry. I love that so much. Always makes me laugh. Have I ever shown that to you, Fred, the Ballad of Frida and Barry, or have you ever seen it? I feel like that's the kind of thing I would have shown you, because you would find it hilarious. Hello, Hello is fantastic. I love Blackadder. Not the first series so much. I think the first series was a bit... it was finding its feet, but then, from then onwards, Blackadder was brilliant. Hello, Hello was brilliant. Dad's Army, of course. And the other one, Are You Being Served? I do love Are You Being Served. Only Fools and Horses. I adore Only Fools and Horses. The bit where Del Boy falls through the bar. Remains, I think, probably the most iconic bit of British television ever. Trying to think what else. Do you know what my favourite bit in Are You Being Served? Are You Being Served is a funny one because in some ways it hasn't aged very well. I think some of it's a bit... some of the jokes just aren't funny anymore, I think. But, but some of it's classic. And there's two bits that I always love. So I always love the fact that Mrs. Slocum has a different voice for talking to the customers to when she's talking to Miss Brahms. I love that when she goes all posh. She goes terribly posh when she's talking to the customers. And then when she's talking to Miss Brahms, she goes like proper like East End. And one of my favourite ones, it's right at the beginning of an episode and she's handing something to a customer. She goes, "There you are, madam." And she's doing the whole little ride up with Ware and all of that kind of stuff. And then she turns to Miss Brahms and she goes, "Anyway, what was I saying?" I love that. I don't know why that really tickles me. And then there's another one where Miss Brahms, there's something on a top shelf and Captain Peacock, isn't it, wants her to go up this ladder and she just goes, "I'm not going up there with you down here, not in this skirt." Oh. Or the bit, I can never remember the exact line, but the bit where they're filming like an advert or something, and they want they want Miss Brahms, but they don't think her accent is good enough, so they've got what's his name's nurse doing the voice while she's just miming, and I can't remember what the line is exactly, but I remember it's friggin' hilarious. Vicar of Dibley, I do like the Vicar of Dibley. I wouldn't say it's one of my absolute favourites, but I do like the Vicar of Dibley. Miranda. Miranda is absolute comic genius. I love Miranda. There are bits in Miranda that, like, sometimes I think about them and I laugh out loud. You know, like, you know it's good when you laugh out loud every time you watch it? Like, you might laugh out loud the first time, but then if you watch it again, you probably won't. But you want, like, you laugh out loud every time you watch it, then you know it's good. Miranda, I just have to think about it and I start laughing. What else? I mean, Miranda wasn't a 1980s one, it was quite recent. But you know. Porridge and Open All Hours. And Still Open All Hours. They came back. What else? What other comedies can we think of that are good? Keeping Up Appearances. That's one of those ones that's like... It never like has me in stitches or anything, but it's quite nice, Keeping Up Appearances, I think. Fred could recite whole sections of Fawlty Towers from memory. I've never watched Fawlty Towers, you know. Yes, Minister, and yes, Prime Minister, obviously. Brilliant, brilliant comedies, both of them. Actually, talking of Have I Got News For You, because I was watching the new series, I fell down a rabbit hole on YouTube of watching old clips of it, and I'd completely forgotten there was a bit where Ian Hislop and Jacob Rees-Mogg, Jacob Rees-Mogg is the kind of person who you don't think actually exists, and whenever you're watching him, you're like, you cannot be real. They cannot be a real person who is actually you, and he is just absolutely like Sir Humphrey from Yes, Minister. And there's a bit where him and Ian Hislop are having this, they're talking about Boris Johnson before he was Prime Minister. I think it was back when he was Foreign Secretary. And he'd said something that people found offensive. And Jacob Rees-Mogg was like defending him. And he said, all he said was something that most people know to be true. And then Ian Hislop said, but Mrs. May said it wasn't true. And Jacob Rees-Mogg just says, no, Mrs. May said it didn't fully represent government policy. And that was like straight out of an episode of Yes, Minister. Jacob Rees-Mogg, how can he be real? Do you know what he's like? He's like every British character in an American drama. Every time they have a British character turn up in an American show, it is Jacob Rees-Mogg to a T. It is like the stereotypical British aristocrat. Like, and when you're watching shows, American shows, and they have British characters turn up. Desperate Housewives had one of Susan's love interests was British, and he was just like the most stereotypical. Like, it was hard to watch. I was watching it like this because I was like, nobody's really like that. And then Jacob Rees-Mogg turns up. I was like, fuck's sake. Oh, don't conform to the stereotype. Oh dear. Oh. What now? 2.5 hours been going. 2.5 hours. Might be here till midnight. Till we run out of things to talk about. Sit here and make funny faces. You ever do that when you're in front of a mirror or something? Just make funny faces. You're on the internet, Magpie. I know. Shut up. Just do different expressions. Just look at yourself from different angles. You don't often look at yourself, do you, on a daily basis? Like, I don't know what I look like on a daily basis. I know what I look like when I'm stood in front of a mirror, but when I'm, like, talking to people and stuff, what facial expressions do I make? Interesting, isn't it? When you see yourself on camera for the first time, it's like, I mean, I'm kind of used to it now, but I remember when I first started making the videos and I heard how I actually sound when I talk. Oh, do you ever do this where you move your head and your eyes stay still? Because you're looking in the same place. Move my head around, but my eyes stay still. Oh dear. Gone down to 3 viewers. Oh no, people aren't willing to stick it out through the crazy Magpie expressions segment. This is what I mean when I say I'm never like this when there's somebody else in the room. I'm never the joker. I'm never like goofing around and doing silly stuff when there's other people in the room. Even people I'm really comfortable with. But when I'm just sat here, I can let the inner Magpie out. Quality entertainment, this, isn't it? Quality. Can't believe I don't have 1 million subscribers. You know, people who can quirk one eyebrow. How do they do that? Must have incredible, like, forehead muscles. Be able to quirk one eyebrow. I find it quite sexy when people can do that, where they like raise one eyebrow. And I literally cannot do it. I'm not capable of raising one eyebrow. Trust me, I've tried. I've spent more of my life than I should have done trying to raise one eyebrow. I can't do it. I used to be able to go cross-eyed. Hang on. I can do it if you do it like that. But I can't. Oh, that's not nice. But some people can just go cross-eyed, can't they? And I can't really. I can do it if you do it like that. But then I can't stay cross-eyed. Jericho's back. Hello, Jericho. Have I ever played Kingdom Come? No. I think I've got it. I think it's one of the ones I've got. But I haven't played it. I wish I hadn't gone cross-eyed. Oh, it's made me go all... set me vertigo off. I can't curl my tongue. You know, not everybody can do that. It's a genetic thing. Some people can't curl their tongue. You know that? Alright. See? No end to my talents. I just can't go cross-eyed. Or raise one eyebrow. It just feels like the kind of thing I should be able to do, but then you just can't, can you? And winking. Sometimes I can wink. Can I wink? That was a wink. But some people can do it really well. Like, I have to wink from the bottom up. Like that. Whereas some people can literally just wink, just with their... Like, wink, like... They can wink from the top down. Do you wink from the top down or the bottom up? Because I wink from the bottom up. It's like, it's a cheek muscle thing that makes me wink. Kind of go like that, you see. But some people can do it literally just like... That's a sexy thing too, being able to wink properly. I pity the random Outer Worlds fan who stumbled at this live stream. I know, right? I could talk about the Outer Worlds. Should we talk about the Outer Worlds? Do we have a release date for the Outer Worlds 2 yet? I don't think we do. I always find that my eyes look really small. Like, especially when I take photos. I hate taking photos of myself because I don't look good in photos. I think I look alright on camera, but like take a static photo and I don't look good, but I always look like I have really small eyes. And whenever I'm taking a photo, I have to try and open my eyes really wide. Like a crazy person. Look how small my eyes look. I've got fat eyelids, isn't it? Nah. I keep looking at the camera, right? But I can't see me when I'm looking at the camera, but I can see me over there. So I keep like trying to catch myself. I just refuse to look myself in the eye. Disney princesses have huge eyes. They do, don't they? It must be so inconvenient for like getting dust and dirt and things stuck in them. Poor Disney princesses. Endlessly fascinated looking at myself. My phone's flashing up. What do you want, phone? Steam wants to talk to me. War Tales is on my wish list and it's on sale. Wonderful. I don't even remember all the stuff I put on my wish list, you know. Ooh! Halo, the Master Chief Collection is 75% off. Game Deck Definitive Edition, 70% off. Disciples Liberation, 60% off. War Tales, 50%. Lies of P, 40%. Avowed is 20% off. It's only just bloody come out and it's already 20% off. Right now it's like watching a really slow character creation video. I know I should like change my hair or something, shouldn't I? You're like, this hairstyle? Don't you hate it in character creators when they move when you're trying to like sculpt their face and things? I hate that. I hate it when they try to make character creators like part of the game. Do you know what I mean? Like when they like fucking Fallout 4, honestly, when she's in front of the mirror. And it's like, it makes no sense. It breaks the immersion because you would not be stood in front of the mirror with your bloody nose changing shape, would you? With your husband stood over your shoulder saying creepy things about how beautiful you are. Which I find very disturbing, like that whole scene where he's just lurking over her shoulder while you're creating her, just saying stuff. I'm just like, will you fuck off, man? This is a bit weird. Yeah. I think it breaks the immersion. You should just create your character before you even get into the game, like the old-fashioned way, like they did it in Dragon Age Origins, and they did it in Mass Effect 1. Where it's outside of the game, it's not a part of the game, because it's just silly. But yeah, I hate it when they have to move and they do things like look up and do this, and then they're just kind of like looking around like that. You're like, fucking stay still! I'm trying to figure out what hairstyle looks best on you. Honestly. Oh dear. I have so many gripes about character creators. There's so many things they get wrong, like on a regular basis. Like, bad lighting, that's a huge one. There's so often bad lighting in character creators. Not being able to rotate them so you can see the back of their head. What the fuck is that about? That's something that they didn't fix in the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. They fixed like 3 million things that didn't need to be fixed, and didn't fix all the things that did need to be fixed when they did the Legendary Edition. I'm not a fan of the Legendary Edition. I'm not a fan of remasters generally, actually. I don't think there's been a single one I've ever played that I'd liked. I'm always just like, the original's better, man. The Veilguard character creator was good, though. It was a very good character creator. I like the Baldur's Gate 3 character creator as well. That was a very good character creator. I like the fact that you give yourself piercings. That's something not enough character creators have. You should always be able to give yourself piercings, I think. No Oblivion remaster then. I've seen the pictures of it and I'm just like... The original looked better, I think, personally. The original looked great. I think just because something's more advanced graphically, that doesn't necessarily mean it's more aesthetically pleasing. Like, for me, of all the Dragon Age games, Origins is the one that is the most aesthetically pleasing. For me, I think that one is the one that looks the best. It's the one that I most enjoy looking at. But it's not got the most advanced graphics, but I think it looks the best, personally. And I think, like with the Mass Effect remaster, for Mass Effect 1, I will say the environments look better in the remaster, like planets and things. The council chambers are bloody beautiful in the remaster. But I think the characters looked better in the original. I think you can make a better looking Shepard, because they used the fucking Mass Effect 3 hairstyles, didn't they? And the Mass Effect 3 hairstyles were so shit. And the Mass Effect 1 hairstyles were great. And I don't know, I just think... I mean, there's a difference between a remaster and a remake. I think if you remake a game and you do enough changes that it is noticeably like a different game, but with the same story and the same characters and set in the same world and everything like that, but it's a new game and it's its own thing, it's its own creation. With a remaster, you're just trying to stick glitter on something that was kind of already fine. Unless the original was like completely broken and really buggy. But you know, like people are calling for an Origins remaster. And I'm like, why? It doesn't need one. It's fine. Like it does have a few bugs, but they're only game breaking. I mean, you know, like they're sort of bugs that give it character. Yeah. Oh, my stream's having a fit. Oh, it's gone back to excellent connection. Good. Yeah. So I'm not a fan of remasters generally. I think the thing is, when they soup the graphics up, they look better, but they don't look right. Do you know what I mean? It's like they don't... It's like... You know something like, if you've got somebody that you see every day, and then like they're, I don't know, a bridesmaid at a wedding or something like that, and they get properly done up by a really professional makeup artist, and they look beautiful and stunning, but they don't look like themselves. Like, they just don't look right. That's what a remaster is like. It's sort of like, yeah, you look amazing, but I kind of like the real you better. You know? The one I see every day. That's what I want. I don't want the souped up version. That's how I feel about remasters. It's like seeing a friend as a bridesmaid. Very beautiful, but not what I want to see on a daily basis. The Oblivion remake lacks soul. Yeah, I think that most remasters do. They lose something of the original, don't they? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Mass Effect remaster at all. And I think, like, for all the bugs that it fixed, it put more in. Like, I mean, I've only played the Mass Effect 1 and I didn't manage to get through it, but, like, I was finding that whenever I used a biotic attack, there would be, like, 2 or 3 seconds where I then couldn't fire my gun. Shepard would just be stuck, static, like this. And, I mean, that killed me on more than one occasion. It was incredibly frustrating. It was much more frustrating than the original combat was, which was a bit clunky, yeah, but, I mean, you could deal with it. It wasn't that bad. We very briefly went up to 8 viewers. I like the idea that a few people just stuck their head in and then just kind of went, what the fuck is this shit? And then left again. Oh, dear. Oh, Discord's beeping at me. Why is Discord beeping at me? Oh, Wisconsin accent videos. I'm going to listen to a Wisconsin accent. I'm going to be honest with you, Talia. I can't really detect much difference to what I would call a kind of generic American accent. Is that awful? But that's what I mean by, like, if you don't have an ear for it, you can't tell the difference. You know what I mean? Yeah, the woman in the second video has a very, very nice voice. Yeah, it doesn't sound that different to what I would just call an American accent. There we go. There we go. That's interesting what she said in the second video about flattening the vowels, though. Because we tend to flatten vowels in Geordie, that's the thing. Not in the same way, but like... and cut the ends off words, that's a thing we do as well. I mean, I do not have a thick Geordie accent by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I don't really think I have a Geordie accent at all, to be honest. But I use Geordie phrases and things. And like, what you'll find that a lot of Geordies do, like my mum does this, she'll go really Geordie, like just talking normally, she's not super Geordie, you know, she talks a little bit more Geordie than me, but not like much. But then, if she's trying to make a point, like if she's angry, or if she's frustrated about something, or if she's even like joking, like, you know, and you're trying to like make a point about something, you use the Geordie to like kind of express your emotion and go really Geordie for a minute. And you'll find most Geordies do that. They kind of go more or less Geordie depending on the circumstances. I mean, and I've started doing it as well. I mean, I lost the Geordie when we lived in Scotland completely, but I'm sort of picking it up again. But you do find you sort of slip in and out of it depending on the circumstance. Like when you're having banter, you know, when you're bantering with each other, you go very Geordie. And you sometimes go particularly Geordie to try and make a point. So there's a thing that, like, at work we always have a joke, because if you're very Geordie, you don't say for, you say fower. And you don't say 40, you say fouty. So 44 is 44, right? And in normal everyday conversation, you probably wouldn't say 44. I mean, you will if you're very Geordie. Like there's one of the lads who works on bakery. He is very Geordie. He, like just normally as he talks, like sometimes you have to like pay attention when he's speaking to kind of work out what he's saying. So it's not something that you would say in everyday conversation. If you're saying 44, you wouldn't say 44. But like, you sort of do at work. Like you're more Geordie at work than you. I don't know. It's weird. I can't explain it. But but things like that. And things, yeah. And of course, a lot of Scots originates from Northumbrian. So, a lot of like Scottish words are actually Northumbrian words. Things like ben for child, and hame for home. Although interestingly, right. So there's a really common thing that people say in Northumberland, and because my accent isn't very strong, I can't say it very well. But I think it's in the Sam Fender video that I linked actually. Which is when you say you're going home, say you're gan yem, right? I'm gan yem. Apparently, and you might be able to tell me this, soulmate, that originates from Norwegian. Because a lot of well, I wouldn't say a lot, like a fair amount of Geordie originates from Norwegian. But yeah, but that's a really common one. I hear people say that every day. I'm gan yem. Instead of I'm going home. Why is my stream buffering? You better not have been buffering through my very interesting Geordie talk. Bed's from Norwegian. I wondered if it was. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Well, YouTube's just going to have to bloody well deal with it. Sort yourself out, YouTube. I'm trying to think of more examples now. I'm trying to think. I was talking about the guy on bakery who was really strong Geordie, and he was saying something to me today, and I can't even remember what it was. Because he would just say 40. He would never say 40. He would always say 40. 40 fella. It always makes me laugh. They're in the back. What load's that? 40 fella. Oh. The one I like is ye for you. Instead of saying you say ye. How ye? Ye lot. You think you've got problems. And how means oi. How man. And wheel instead of well as well. I always like that. As wheel. Instead of as well. As wheel. We'll do that as wheel. But yes, like flattening vowels, like fall instead of fall. And flour instead of flour. Flour. And up in Scotland they used to say fermer instead of farmer. You see, I can't do the Scottish. It didn't sound quite like that. It sounded like that, but with a more Scottish accent. Fermer. But I just can't do it. All those years I lived in Scotland and I can't do a Scottish accent to save my life. But I've never heard anybody say that down here. Maybe they would, though. I don't know. did once have a customer ask us, and he had a really thick Geordie accent, and he asked us, he said, have you got any sunflower hearts for the birds? The bards, that was it. Sunflower hearts for the bards. And it took me a minute. I was like, sunflower hearts for the birds. YouTube is still not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Well, shut up. I don't know what you want me to do. Why are you telling me? It's flashing up in yellow. I don't want to see it. If I can't see it, then it's not a problem. It's my philosophy. Welsh friend and Fred making me laugh in the chat. What was I going to check? I was going to check something. I've still got Nev set as me screensaver. I put her on in the run up to Veilguard. Let's keep her. I think she looks nice. What was I going to look up? I was going to look up something. Did I say what I was going to look up? I don't think I did I? It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Oh, the news is popping up at me. 3 injured in Leeds as man seen with weapons. That's specific, isn't it? Seen with weapons. Realistically, anything could be a weapon. 3 people have been injured in an ongoing serious incident involving a man seen with weapons in Leeds. The man was seen at Otley Road in the Headingley area. West Yorkshire Police said a male has been arrested and inquiries are ongoing to establish exactly what has happened. Well, man with weapons. That's not a thing you should laugh about. 3 people have been injured. Magpie, honestly. Zelensky and Trump hold very productive talks at Vatican. Yes, I saw that. During the bloody Pope's funeral, they were like, you know what, we should sit down and have a political discussion right now. Jobs available at iconic Whitley Bay location. Yes, St Mary's Lighthouse is hiring. I might apply. It'd be cool to work at St Mary's Lighthouse. Drunk driver forced to quit job at luxury Northumberland hotel after losing licence. Oh, here's one for you, Welsh friend. People trapped in living hell as Welsh house prices tumble in anti-tourism climate. Bit of Welsh news there for Welsh friend. Major milestone reached as 250,000 journeys are made on the Northumberland line. Yes, the new train line that's opened up into Newcastle, and I haven't been on it yet. Reading the news, don't mind me. Anything going on in the chat? Nev is so dreamy, isn't she? I loved Nev so much, and so many people said that her voice acting was bad and that like she was really stoic, and I was like, she's meant to be stoic. That's her character. Like, she's the big sister of the party who like looks after everybody and makes sure everybody else is all right and keeps everything like, you know, keeps herself very tightly controlled. That's what I find so sexy about her. I like people like that. People who are stoic and in control and all of that. I loved when Harding got her golem-y powers. You know, the magic-y stuff happened to her. I'll not say anything too spoilery. And she's like freaking out. And Rook, I think, was freaking out a little bit. And Nev was just like, you know what, it's fine, we'll deal with it. Yes, you appear to have magic now. It's fine, we'll deal with it. Alright? Just don't panic, we'll deal with it later. Right now we've got shit to do. I love that about Nev. I loved how she was just like so just chill. I like that about her. Try to figure out what I could look at. 3 hours we've been going. Quite good, isn't it? I haven't played any of the Outer Worlds. Because I didn't bloody want to. The problem with today's world is that everyone believes they have the right to express their opinion and have others listen to it. The correct statement of individual rights is that everyone has the right to an opinion, but crucially, that opinion can be roundly ignored and even made fun of, particularly if it is demonstrably nonsense. Professor Brian Cox there. I can sit here and waffle nonsense on the internet if I so desire. You do not have to take me seriously. In fact, I strongly encourage you not to take me seriously. Oh, my connection sorted itself out. Thank God for that. Oh, there's little lammies at Beamish. That's right, it's lambing season, isn't it? Oh, I love it when the lambs start coming out. Oh, they're so cute. I love lambs. I always wanted to, like, work on a farm during the lambing. I always thought that looked like it would be a cool thing to do. Help during the lambing. Not really just watching cat videos now. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. What are you doing now? Talia loves lambs. Who doesn't love lambs? We all love lambs. I remember, was it last year? I think. Because lamb is the traditional Easter dish because it's during lambing season. And there was a group of vegans who protested in Marks and Spencer's and blocked the aisles so that people couldn't buy meat. And they were interviewed by the local paper. And one of the things they said was, the British are lamb lovers. Like, we love lambs, like, during lambing season, where everybody's like, oh, there's lambs in the field and it's all exciting. We love spring because the lambs come out. Right? And he said, but we really shouldn't eat them. I remember thinking, if we didn't eat them, they wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be farming sheep if we didn't eat the lambs. I mean, I'm all for people choosing not to eat meat. And there are many farming practices which are very cruel to animals. And, you know, but sheep farmers in the UK are not one of them. And, like, I was just like, I don't know. Just like they wouldn't be there if we didn't farm them for meat. Like, keeping sheep is really expensive and time consuming. You're not going to do it if you can't make a profit from it. I remember, do you remember the horse meat scandal? So there was a scandal quite a few years ago now where some of the ready meals in Tesco had been found to have horse meat in them. Right, well, because there are countries in the world where they eat horse, but in Britain we don't eat horse. So none of the stuff that we get imported should technically have horse meat in, and it was this huge scandal, right? Because in Britain we don't eat horse. And Princess Anne came out and said that in Britain we have a huge problem with horses being neglected and abandoned, which is true. Like, the horse sanctuaries are overflowing. They cannot keep up with the amount of horses that need rescuing, right? And she said if we farmed horses for meat, we wouldn't have this problem because they would have value. So farmers would have a reason to farm them, and if farmers are farming them, then they're being looked after. And of course there was a huge backlash against it, and everybody said that's rubbish and nonsense, blah, 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 blah. But it's true that, like, there isn't a problem with sheep or cows being neglected because they're farmed for meat, and farmers look after their animals. You know? And, yeah, and it just, it I don't know, it always fascinates me when they're like, yes, we love lambs, but we shouldn't eat them. Like, if we didn't eat them, they wouldn't be there. Oh. Hey, honestly. I hate it when they attack farmers. That really annoys me. I mean, if you want to campaign and try and convert people to your cause, fair enough. But when they actually attack farmers, and it's like nobody cares for those animals like the farmers do. You know. I mean... And actually, I think it's a real shame that farmers aren't allowed to slaughter their own animals anymore. Because it used to be that a farmer would slaughter their own animals, so they would be slaughtered on the site. And whereas now, of course, they live this wonderful, happy life in the fields and everything, and then they get rounded up and put in those awful lorries and transported to wherever it is they're going to be slaughtered, which is sometimes abroad. I mean, sometimes they are literally taken across the channel to Europe to be slaughtered, and, like, which must be such a terrifying experience for them. Whereas if they were slaughtered on the farm they'd grown up on, it wouldn't be as distressing. But, you know. I mean, I do understand when people protest against, like, factory farming and things like that. I don't think do we have factory farming in the UK? I don't think we do. We might do with chickens. You know, like caged hens. Is that, like, factory farming? Would you count that as factory farming? Nobody gets worked up over eating crabs or lobsters. Yes, that is true. And I often think, because my mum's fella is a fisherman. Well, not so much now, he's kind of... And I mean, like, the fish are literally brought up and left to suffocate. The lobsters are brought up and kept alive until they are thrown into a vat of boiling water. I mean, they even sometimes keep the prawns alive to try and keep them fresh. And they'll sell them live. They sell them to the Chinese takeaways mostly. I used to go out and pull in a load of prawns, and then they used to drive around all the Chinese takeaways and sell all the prawns. But then also, like, I also think, like, vegetables are alive too, you know. Fruit and veg is alive. Plants are alive. And didn't I find that plants have, like, stress levels and things like that? And they communicate with each other. I'm sure I've read things about this, that plants, like, communicate with each other, and they have stress levels, and they show distress when they're, like, being eaten and things like that. So, you know, it's one of those weird quirks of nature that in order for one thing to survive, another has to die. That's just a thing. We have to eat something that is alive. Unless you live off eggs and cheese. Yeah. But yes, I think the quality of life matters more, doesn't it? And also, like, is it really that fair to let animals grow old? I often think that. I think, like, my grandma bought a sponsorship for a pony for me, I think when I was born. It was a Shetland pony called Ben. From Red Wings Horse Sanctuary, and we did once go and visit him, because Red Wings is right down south, I think. It's not, like, nearby. We did once go and visit him. So, like, I was getting updates on him, like, for, like, his... right up until he died. And, like, right, for the last, like, good few years of his life, he had arthritis, he had all sorts of problems, and, like, you just think, is it really any more humane to let an animal get to the point where, like, I mean, they've got cataracts, they can't see, they've got arthritis, they're in constant pain. Like, is that really a better way of doing it? Like, I mean, a natural death isn't usually a kind death. You know, aging to death is not a nice thing. I think letting them live out a reasonable, happy life and then killing them, you know. I mean, I know lambs are killed as lambs. But, you know. And I also love it when people make the argument of, like, they should be allowed to live in the wild. And I'm like, you do realise that sheep and cows, as we know them today, never existed in the wild. They didn't evolve in the wild. They were bred by humans from wild goats and buffalo and bison and things like that. Like, there is no version of the domestic sheep that ever existed in the wild. That's not a thing. They are not equipped to survive in the wild. Like, there isn't enough nutrients in grass to sustain a sheep, which is why they have to be fed. They have to go around and put feed out for them as well, because the grass isn't enough to sustain them. And I know that because when I lived in Scotland, there was a sheep that managed to get separated from the herd when they were being rounded up. There was one that got left behind, because there was a field behind our house that had sheep in it, and there was one got left behind, and it was just wandering around for days, and eventually we found it collapsed, and we had to call the RSPCA to come out and get it, and they said it was because it had been living on just grass and there isn't enough nutrients in grass to sustain a sheep, which is why you have sheep feed. So, you know. Yeah. Also, farming animals is a large part of what protects the countryside, because you need land to farm land to farm the animals on, and if there weren't animals there being farmed, they would probably build houses. So, you know, the beautiful rolling countryside that we love so much in England would not exist if there weren't sheep grazing there. So there you go. There aren't herds of wild ramping sheep in England, no. Some sheep do roam free. That is a thing, like on the Yorkshire moors and things, the sheep just roam. They're not, like, fenced in. You can't keep sheep fenced in anyway. If living rurally for 16 odd years taught me anything, it's that sheep are masters at escaping. Like, there is not a fence that can hold them. They will always get out somehow. Yeah. But yeah, there are sheep that just like roam. If you're driving across the Yorkshire moors, you'll find sheep just kind of wander across the road. And what I love is there's little villages around the Yorkshire moors, and they quite often just have sheep wandering around. Yeah, so there are sheep that just roam, but they will get, like, you know, they do have a farmer who will eventually go and round them up whenever need be. I'm just back to making faces now. I feel like I need to go and get a drink. We used to have to keep the front gate shut because otherwise the sheep would eat the garden. Yeah, we used to quite often wake up to a garden full of sheep. Got quite good at like rounding them up and shooing them out. But then one morning we woke up and it was full of cows. And we just stood there looking at each other just like, well, I'm not bloody going out there. Cows are terrifying. I mean, I love cows. But like up close, I mean, they're huge. They can trample you by accident very easily. You do not want to find yourself in amongst a herd of cows if you don't know what you're doing. That was not so much fun when the garden was full of cows. But quite often we would have a garden full of sheep, yeah. Many farmers have been killed by cows, yeah. Oh, here's the thing. Why do they tell pregnant women not to go near sheep during lambing season? That's the thing. Because I've been to Beamish and other places that have lambs during lambing season, and they always have signs up saying pregnant women shouldn't be around the sheep. Why is that? I keep thinking that's one of those things that I've always meant to Google, but I don't know for certain. Power's running low on Fred's phone. I was about to say, plug it in, Fred. Doesn't have any power, that's why he's on his phone. Use your magic phone charger. The magic one that doesn't need electricity. Use that one. Remember when you used to have like a physical battery in your phone that you could take out? I mean, I know the phone will still have a physical battery that you can take, but like, you know, God knows where the hell it is. I used to be able to like slide my phone down and take the battery out. That's how old I am. I remember those days. You used to be able to do it on laptops as well, and now the battery's bloody... you can't get the battery out, can you? One of my laptops, when it was dying, it used to freeze up, and the only way I could turn it off was to take the battery out and then put it back in. Ah, those were the days. What do you think we'll be nostalgic about in 20 years' time? What do you think we'll look back on that won't be there anymore? YouTube. Live streams. Do you remember those Magpie live streams? Oh man, those were the days. We're guessing reasons why pregnant women aren't allowed around sheep during lambing season. I'm going to Google it. Sorry, boss friend, I'm taking your job away from you. What should I Google? Pregnant women sheep lambing. That should get us something. Pregnant women warned to stay away from sheep during lambing season due to risk of infection. The Public Health Agency in Northern Ireland has issued a fresh warning to pregnant women about the dangers of being around sheep during springtime. Close contact with sheep over the next few months could increase their risk of infection and even miscarriage. Ewes carry bacteria, parasites and viruses in their bodily fluids that could potentially cause harm to humans. The same goes for recently born lambs and any contaminated material such as clothing, bedding and equipment. Pregnant people and others who are immunocompromised, such as people undergoing chemotherapy, will be particularly susceptible to picking these up. Conditions sheep may have during this conditions sheep may have during this time include okay, that says chlamydia, right? Chlamydia abortus, which can lead to stillbirths in ewes, and toxoplasmosis. Well, I've heard of that one. Which is caused by sheep eating food contaminated with cat feces. Yeah, it's the cat bacteria, isn't it? Another serious disease sheep can carry is listeriosis, which they can catch from eating poor quality food in winter, causing conditions such as septicemia and meningitis. Dr. Patrick how would you pronounce that? McClevey, maybe? Consultant of the PHA, said while the number of reported infections and human miscarriages resulting from contact with sheep is very low, it is important that pregnant women are aware of the potential risks and take appropriate precautions. To minimise the risk of infection, pregnant women are advised to avoid assisting with lambing or milking ewes, avoid contact with aborted, miscarried or newborn lambs, as well as with afterbirth birthing fluids or contaminated materials such as bedding. Avoid handling clothes, boots or other items that have been in contact with lambing ewes. Ensure partners or household members who work with sheep wash thoroughly after contact with lambing ewes. The risks are not limited to spring or sheep alone, the PHA says. Cows and goats that have recently given birth can also carry similar infections. Lambing season, when risk is higher, usually lasts until around the end of April. Well, there we go. That answers that question. Now we know why pregnant women shouldn't be around sheep during lambing season. Three and a half hours. Wow. We're nearly at the 4 hour mark, man. And these live streams great when we just talk. Oh, man. I might forget about the whole video game nonsense thing. Oh, you know me, we'll do this for a few months and then I'll be like, yeah, back to video games. You gotta just go with the flow with me. You gotta just, like, you know. I've got a short attention span. I have to just jump between things all the time. A star in the background. Scorpio will be asleep on my bed. I can absolutely guarantee you that Scorpio was asleep on my bed. That's probably why she's annoyed. Because weirdly, very rarely will they both sleep on my bed at the same time. Sometimes they do, but very rarely. Mostly one or the other. But that seems to be the preferred sleeping spot, my bed, right? And if one of them gets on the bed and picks that as the sleeping spot, the other one is just like... Just like Star is now, just wandering around, just annoyed. Just like Scorpio's taking the sleeping spot on your bed. I'm like, Star, the bed's big enough for both of you. No, only one of us can be on the bed. Just admiring my own teeth. I do have nice teeth, don't I? Aren't I just beautiful? Aren't I just a beautiful specimen of humanity? Aren't I? I'm amazed the aliens don't abduct me right now. The perfect specimen of humanity. Shouldn't have said that, I'll give them ideas. yeah. I was going to say my hair needs a brush. So anybody got any weekend plans? I'm planning on doing literally nothing tomorrow. I'm knackered. Need to do some of the housework. Apart from that. Kind of it, really. Oh, hello, Stodgies. You're very cute. The state of my carpet. You can tell I haven't vacuumed in a while. Dear me. I think it's been like 2 or 3 days, which is a long time when you've got long-haired cats. Before I got the cats, you were lucky if I vacuumed once a week. Now, I don't vacuum every day. They're making faces. Yes, I am beautiful. Thank you, friend. I read a thing on Instagram which was like somebody saying that like being a woman means constantly feeling like you're ugly or something like that, and I was like, nope, I have literally never felt like that. It's weird because in some ways I'm quite self-conscious, but I'm not self-conscious about what I look like. I've always just thought that I am just like beautiful. I just like strut around the shop thinking I'm some kind of glamour model. I'm more self-conscious about like things that I say and laughing too much, you know, stuff like that. No, I've never thought I'm ugly. I've never been self-conscious about what I look like. I mean, you know, I wander around with no makeup on quite happily. If anything, I feel more self-conscious with makeup on. I mean, I haven't worn makeup in many a year, but I sort of toyed with it a bit when I was a teenager, and I just didn't like it. And you know, I've got my man beard that I have to shave off. And that's never really bothered us. I've never been particularly self-conscious about that. Got me bushy eyebrows that I always forget to... Look, you can see them growing back in there. Look at the state of them. Dear me. I'm not self-conscious about that. I mean, I don't, like, wander around looking like a slob. I don't make no effort at all. But, you know, I'm not self-conscious about it. I'm quite happy. Always have been. Even as a teenager, I wasn't self-conscious about what I looked like. I suppose it's quite a good thing. Especially considering, like, I've never been thin, you know. I know I did lose 3 stone last year, but that was more like it wasn't because I wanted to be thin, it was because I wanted to be healthier. That's what it was. I've never really been bothered about any of that stuff that people seem to get their knickers in a knot about. But then I'll get my knickers in a knot about other stuff that, like, most people probably don't even think about. So there we go. We all have with things, don't we? With things that we torment ourselves over, and then the other stuff that we just don't even bother us at all. It's weird. Cheers to us gorgeous women who grow facial hair. Yeah. To be honest, I would let it grow if the only reason I don't is because I don't like the feel of it. That's it. Like, it just really annoys me when it's there. That's why I shave it off. But like as a teenager, when it was softer, because it was dead soft when I was a teenager. Now when it grows through, it's like bloody bristles. But when I was a teenager, it used to come through really soft. And honestly, I just used to let it grow. It was like, fuck it. Why not? Who cares? Might as well. Embrace it. Nothing I can do about it. Embrace it. Oh, you made your own face moisturiser with mango butter and jojoba. That sounds lovely. I love cocoa butter. I love cocoa butter. It just makes it smell like a chocolate cake. Oh, I've got cocoa butter body lotion that I just put everywhere. And I just smell like chocolate. I love it. Plus it's good for the tattoos, because I have like really colourful tattoos. So to make them last longer and age better, it's good to put cream on them every day. And cocoa butter is really good. So they stay vibrant. I mean, that one's 5 years old. It still looks pretty good. And then me little Magpie, that's 12 years old? Is that right? Yeah, 12 years old. Doesn't look too bad, does it? Love smelling like brownies. Yeah, I know, right? Smell like a chocolate cake. I think it's brilliant. Thought I'd look at you to try and freak you out. You know what I like about these talky live streams is that sometimes I like just sitting back and reading the chat. Just letting you lot chat about whatever you want to chat with. Chat about whatever. Sometimes you just have little conversations with each other. And I just sit back and read it. I like that. Oh, Fred's gonna leave us. Bye, Fred. I hope your power comes back on. Good chill vibe for our weekends. I know, right? Should we just ditch the whole video game nonsense? Why did we? Why was that ever a thing? Thing is, like, I don't know. I just do what I feel like doing, and in the minute I feel like having talky live streams. You know me. You know me. Hope you have enough light to read or something. I know it's up when the power goes out, isn't it? And you suddenly realise how many things require electricity. And you just want to do things that require electricity. You don't want to do any of the things that don't require electricity. It's like when your car's in the garage and you suddenly want to go everywhere. You normally wouldn't want to go anywhere, but your car's in the garage, so you just want to go everywhere. My car was written off just before lockdown during COVID. That wasn't nice. So I didn't have a car during lockdown. Because I couldn't buy a new one, because, you know, lockdown. That was the first car I ever had as well. I had it for like 10 years. Oh, here comes Scorpio. It got written off just before lockdown, so I had no car during lockdown. I couldn't even go out for a drive. I went fucking stir crazy. You know what? If lockdown happened again now, I do not think I would cope. Like, it wasn't so bad the first time around, because I'd always been pretty isolated, to be fair. But I'm a lot more social now. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a hugely social person, but I've got more of a social life now. I'm more used to sort of daily social interaction. There's more people I would miss now. Like, back the first time around, my life didn't change that much. If it happened again now, fucking hell, I'd go insane. Sometimes, like, I mean, I have a week off work, and by the end of that week, I mean, I enjoy my week off work, but by the end of that week off work, I'm like, let me get back to work. I need people and things and something to do. But yeah, wasn't so bad the first time around, but now, I think if it happened now, I would. Because, like, sometimes it's weird. When I've got time off work coming up, I mean, I do look forward to it, and I do enjoy it, but I get a little bit apprehensive, because I know that sometimes I can get a bit like stir crazy, you know, like climbing the walls, kind of like. And also, like I say, I don't have that much social interaction outside of work, and sometimes, you know, if I have a week of not really talking to anybody, start to lose your grip on reality a little bit, I think. And I think I used to just live like that. I don't know how I did it. I don't know if I could go back to it. I suppose. Where did Scorpio go? There he is. Can you see him? You can't see him. He's off camera. Hiding. Incognito. But you could hear him, couldn't you? That was Scorpy. That was a Scorpy meow. You okay, Scorps? Yeah? You want to come up here and let them see your beautiful face? Yeah? You want to come up here? Way! There he is. Hi. What are you doing? Yeah? You've just woken up, you're all bleary-eyed. You are. You're bleary-eyed, buddy, aren't you? Yes. Come over here. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. No. Yeah? Are you coming down here or not? Oh, don't sit on my keyboard. You'll probably end the live stream by accident or something. You want to just shuffle forward a bit? Shuffle forward. You make me nervous when you're close to the keyboard, Scorpy. Anything could happen. Could start a nuclear war. Probably not, but you know, anything's within his capability. Don't lick my computer. What? What are you doing? Can I get a head boop? Am I worthy of a head boop? Am I worthy of a head boop? No, I'm not worthy of a head boop. Yeah, you want a head boop? Head boop? Head boop? Head boop? Head boop? She's rejected her head boop. Scorpio's usually pretty generous with the head boops. Usually if you put your head next to him like that, he'll give you a head boop. But not today. Today I am not deserving of a head boop. Something I'm just going to have to deal with. Clearly I need to do better. I need to do better as a puddy owner, don't I? I don't know what it is I've done wrong. I'll probably never find out. Oh dear. Star never gives head boops. Never. Not against your forehead. She'll give head boops to like your hand and things like that, but she won't head boop your head. She won't do that. You know what I could really fancy right now? A really nice lasagna. I don't know why. I've already had my tea. I had chili. Just fancy a really nice lasagna. I've eaten so much today though, I'd manage like 2 mouthfuls and then be like, no. Talk about now. Been going for 3.5 hours. We should at least make it to the 4-hour mark. We might go beyond. Although, I tend to run out of steam. Like, I get to like 3.5 hours and I think, oh wow, I could go for like another 5 hours. And then it gets to the 4-hour mark and I'm like, nah, I'm done. Just hit a wall. You know what I mean? Let's see if we can find something to talk about. What should we look at? What should we look at? Wilfred always fancies lasagna. Do you make your own lasagna? Or do you buy ready-made lasagna? Because I'm usually a one for making stuff myself rather than buying ready-made. I don't like ready-made stuff. But lasagna, I have never made a lasagna. Never. Not once in my life. I always buy ready-made. And little lasagna is the nicest lasagna. Most other lasagnas, not that exciting. Edible, but not that exciting. But little lasagna. Oh, with salad and coleslaw. And maybe some chips if I'm feeling really decadent. Don't understand how some streamers manage 24 hours. There are people who do 24-hour streams. Fuck me. Nah. I couldn't be sat down for that long. I'd have to go up and have a walk. I don't like being sat down. I find I get a bad back. It's weird. I end up in more pain from being sat down for a day than I do for like being up and moving around and walking. I don't like, my legs hurt if I'm sat down too long. My back hurts. But if I'm up and moving, I'm usually fine. God, there's a lot of shit in the news, isn't there? Do you ever think that maybe there's too many journalists and not enough news? Some of the crap they report on. You just think. There's nothing interesting, is there? News should be interesting. It's not, it's just boring crap. I don't understand how people get addicted to social media. I find it so dull. Like, social media just can't hold my attention for any length of time. I find it so boring. I mean, I'm not on much social media, but I mean that I have flirted with social media in the past, and I always end up coming off it because I just find it really boring. I mean, I'm on Instagram. Just to, I mean, I don't post on Instagram. I just, yeah, I don't post on Instagram. I just follow certain things because it's kind of a good way of keeping up to date with things that you're interested in. But like, I can't scroll through it for more than like 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'm just like, I can't be bothered now. Just like, everything is just, everything in the media is just so mind-numbingly dull, and it's like, do something interesting, man. Howie, come on. Oh, we buy lasagna kits. I didn't know you could get a lasagna kit. Thing is, as well, because I live on my own, when you make stuff, you kind of have to batch cook it and then like split it up into portions. Like, I couldn't just make a mini lasagna, could I? You can buy just a mini 1-portion lasagna, you see. But the trouble with batch cooking stuff is, in theory, you think, oh, I'll make 4 portions and then I'll split it into 4 portions and it'll last me 4 days. In practice, you keep going back to the pan and getting leftovers, and then you end up with like 2 days worth. Sometimes not even that. I would probably just sit with an entire lasagna and a spoon. Oh. Oh, do you want to see a really cute video of Scorpio? When was this? 15th of September 2024. Oh, hang on. No, go back to the other one. Go back to the other one. That one. That one. I want to share that one. I'll share that one on the Discord. It's a very cute video of Scorpio. Just popped up on my memories. There you go. You can enjoy a cute video of Scorpio being cute. If this wants to send. Do you want to send? Send. Send. Uploading. Of course my bandwidth's been taken up by the fact I'm live streaming. The food has to cool down before you feed it, and by then it's too late. Exactly, well friend. Exactly. Although I was very impressed with myself. I made the chili that I made. Lasted 3 days. This is the 3rd day. I made it on Thursday, and I had it for my tea on Thursday, and then I had some yesterday for my tea, and then today I had the last lot. 3 days that chili lasted me. I'm becoming a grown-up. Making me food last. So, 20 minutes left. We run out of things to talk about? We have more things to talk about? I'll rock back and forward in my chair. Like a wise old lady sitting in a rocking chair. Back in my day. I remember when all this was grass. What's funny is when I go out with my mum, she remembers when she was little, a lot of what is now houses used to be fields. And when sometimes I go out walking around the town with her, and she is honestly like, I remember when all this was grass. There never used to be houses here, you know. What's funny is because I live in the town that she grew up in, and honestly she's got a story for every street, and she can tell you who lived in every house back in the 60s when she was growing up. She'd be like, this is where my physics teacher lived, and this is where the doctor lived. She told me a wonderful story. Apparently there was 2 butchers. So there was a butcher and he had 2 sons, right? This is apparently absolutely true. There was a butcher, he had 2 sons, they hated each other. And he left the business to both of them. So what they did was they split it into 2, right? And you had 2 butcher shops right next door to each other, one run by each brother, and they never spoke to each other. Apparently that is completely true. Isn't that brilliant? Little local stories like that. I remember she once told me about the rat man who used to go around the town killing rats. Because there's quite a rat problem where I live. I mean, there's a rat problem everywhere, especially at this time of year. And it's just the whole of England has a rat problem. Birmingham has a massive rat problem at the minute, doesn't it? Because they've got the binmen are on strike. And the binmen have been on strike for weeks and weeks. And there's rubbish piling up. And there's such a problem with rats, they've declared a state of emergency, I think, haven't they? Because that's how problematic the rats are becoming. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. I know they've declared a state of emergency, but I don't know what that really means in practice. It just means they're going, it's really bad, do something! I mean, they're talking about bringing the army in. I don't know what the army are going to do. Like, are they going to take the rubbish away? What are they going to do? I don't know. Yeah, because the binmen are on strike. But yes, I remember her telling me about the rat man. And he apparently used to go around on a little bicycle killing rats for people. And she just went, you know what, it was funny, he looked like a rat. Sometimes I get the most wonderful inspiration for like characters in fan fictions and things like that from the stories that she tells me. Can you imagine the rat man who looks like a rat rides around on a bicycle killing rats? And she was telling me about one time, I mean, there's always rats. There's always been a problem with rats. But they'd knocked down something. I can't remember what she said they'd knocked down. They'd knocked down something in the town centre. And it must have stirred something up because suddenly they were overrun with rats. I always find rats quite interesting. I mean, I had rats in the flat before I got the cats. And I never thought I was scared of rats until I had rats in the flat, and I literally moved out for a week because I thought I'm not sleeping in a flat with rats. Absolutely not. And I moved out until they were gone. And then I got the cats. So, you know, because rats can smell cats and they tend to stay away if there's cats around. So, but yeah, yeah, I think rats are interesting. I think you can do a lot with rats from like a story point of view. There's a lot of stories you can tell around rats. I've always liked the idea of like, if I had like a story set in like a city, and suddenly all the rats come out from like the drains and places where they live, and like, because I mean there's rats under the building. I mean, I live in an upstairs flat, but there's rats underneath the building because there's just rats everywhere. And yeah, the idea that like all the rats start to come up through the drains and they come out onto the street, and the streets are just full of rats, and they just all come up at once from all of their little hidey holes, and people are screaming, and it's all dramatic, and why are the rats all coming out? And the rats all come out, and then what people realise is they're actually leaving. Like, they're escaping the city, and like they just look at all the hillside and the countryside outside the city is just like full of rats, and the rats have fled the city. And then everybody's like, what are they running from? I thought that would be the most fabulous, like, start of some kind of, like, horror story or something. Like, the rats flee the city. But what are they running from? And it's not the rats that are actually the monster. They're just, like, the first frightening thing, but it's actually they're running from something, and what are the rats running from? I always thought that would be... I don't know what the rats are running from. Somebody else take that idea and do something with it. I don't know. Yeah, cats do keep rats away, don't they? Like, I said, my mum's fella who's a fisherman. Down the docks, they've got cats that just live down the docks. And it says you never see a rat because of the cats. Rats get into supermarkets, you know, into the warehouses. There's a disturbing thought for you, because the bay doors where the lorries unload are often open, and there's food waste around because, you know, it's a supermarket, and rats get into the warehouse. There's a thought. Yeah, it does happen. I have seen rats actually around the shop. Not in the shop, but like around the outside of the shop. Bloody massive things. Because I never used to think I was scared of rats. Apparently I am. I'm not scared of mice. Mice are fine. We used to have mice in the house all the time up in Scotland. All the time. There's things in the Discord. Aww. 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 He's got such a sweet little face. Oh, look at him. I can make my double chin disappear. Go in. Have I played Elden Ring? I played it for about 20 minutes. And you know when you open up a game and you start playing it and you just think this game isn't for me? That's the experience I had with Elden Ring. I will probably go back to it at some point. It might just have been I wasn't in the mood for it at that particular moment. It was more Dark Souls-y than I thought it was going to be. And I'm not a big Dark Souls fan, I'll be honest. Make my ears move them now. Hang on, how did I do it? Sort of. Some people could do it really prominently, can't they? Make their ears move them now. This is on the internet, Magpie. The World Wide Web. King Charles could be watching this. I nearly said Prince Charles there. Did you see that? He will forever be Prince Charles to me. I did get them to go up and down. I can't remember how I did it. Go up. Oh, that's wrong, yeah. Go up. 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 Oh, me jaw's cracking. That's not nice. Oof. That horrible. I have a weird thing sometimes that when I'm asleep, I seem to sleep with my jaw like that. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if it's something to do with the way I lie. And I wake up with a really sore jaw. It's so weird. I don't know why I do it. Oh. Not always, but sometimes. This live stream's fabulous, isn't it? Oh, can't imagine what anybody could want to watch more. It's getting a bit dark in here. Might put my light on. Doesn't look dark on there, but it's dark. Oh. See me in my pyjama bottoms. Oh dear me. My pyjama bottoms, which are like 5 sizes too big for me. Look at them. Jesus. You know, if I put the camera there, then I could look at myself better. I like having it there though. Fits on there better than it would fit on there. It's on the top of the telly that I don't use anymore, that I bought to use with my PlayStation, but I don't use my PlayStation anymore. So it just sits there all sad and redundant, because I can't be bothered to get rid of it. We truly cover everything in these live stream chats. I know, right? We've done accents, we've done comedy shows, we've done cats. We've even talked about video games a little bit here and there. And current affairs. Geography. I haven't had an existential crisis in this live stream, so you know. Sometimes I do that. We haven't talked about sex. Yet. I haven't said clitoris once. Oh, there we go. I'm sure I must hold some kind of unofficial record for the amount of times clitoris has been said in a live stream. One of the Stray live streams got very clitoris heavy, didn't it? Can't remember which one. It was one of them. We went, ooh, we went heavy on the old clitoris during that live stream. Oh dear. What 5 viewers? This live stream is doing better than the normal ones do, you know. Apparently, I'm just really nice to listen to. See, the thing is, I love like YouTubers like this who just like sit and talk crap. If they're interesting people, you know, or they're nice people to listen to, or nice people to watch, you know, you'll just sit and listen to people talk about anything, won't you? If you find the right YouTuber, I think I'm the kind of person that I will find a YouTuber that I like and I will watch whatever it is they do, rather than like finding a thing I like. You know, like I don't really watch that many gaming YouTubers, to be honest, because I find YouTubers that I like and then I watch whatever they do, rather than seeking out specific types of YouTube videos. And some of them, I mean, I'll watch things that I have absolutely no interest in, if, you know, the person doing them is interesting to watch. Star caught my piercing at the beginning of the week. I think it was Monday. She's funny, Star, because like she's quite affectionate, but it has to be on her terms. Like, she'll jump up to get cuddles, but you have to like stroke her only where she wants to be stroked, and if you try and stroke her anywhere else, she's like, nope, I am out of here. Like, when Scorpio jumps up, you can just manhandle him, like you can just bundle him up and put him wherever you want him and he's fine. Star, no. You don't try and like cuddle her like that. She's not into that. You have to just let her sit where she wants to sit. You can't try and like put her anywhere. And you only stroke her where she wants to be stroked, which is usually like the top of the head. You know. Don't try and touch her anywhere she doesn't want to be touched. Right? And if she wants to get close to you, she has to invade your space. You don't get to invade her space. Right? And if, sometimes she likes to get really close, like she gets get like right up in my face here, right? But then if I try and go forward, she's like, no. Anyway, it was, I think Monday. No, was it the Sunday? It was the Sunday because I wasn't in work. I remember it was Easter Sunday. That was right. And she'd come to wake us up to get breakfast, but I couldn't be bothered to get up yet, so I just sort of like stayed in bed. And you know when you're sort of like half awake and half asleep, and you're just like dozing. Right, and she'd got beside us on the pillow, so she was lying like beside us on the pillow here like that, right? And she had a little head here, right? And I literally, so I was lying like on that side, so my piercing was here, and I literally just shuffled a bit towards her, and she just freaked out and was like, no, absolutely not, and just whacked me with her paw like that, right? And caught me piercing with her claw. Oh my god, you would not believe the blood. I mean, you can't even tell now. It's like the tiniest little cut, but it bled so much. Honest to God. In fact, I've got a picture of it. If you're not squeamish, I'll put it in the Discord. If you are squeamish, don't look at the picture I'm about to put in the Discord. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, it was. I mean, it doesn't actually look too bad there. That was after I'd cleaned it up a little bit. Jesus flipping Christ. There we go, I've put it in the animals one. Yeah, that actually, it doesn't look too bad there, but like, there was so much blood. I was like, fucking hell, stop. Cat step over me and her paw slipped and she clawed the inside of your ear. Oh, yeah, ears bleed a lot. Yeah. I mean, I'm quite paranoid, like, especially when I'm in bed and they're up around, because, I mean, Scorpio once caught my eye, and my eye went completely bloodshot for days, and I mean, honest to God, like, you would not believe how sore it was. Like, I remember I was in work one day and my friend was literally feeding me painkillers. It was just like, it was so sore, and I ended up going to an optician. And she said, like, it was scratched a bit, but it was fine. It wasn't infected or anything and stuff like that. But you sort of think if you catch it the right place, you know, it could go blind, you know. So I'm always a bit careful. I don't like it when they jump up on the bed, actually. I mean, they don't very often. I think because they don't tend to sleep in the bed with me. I think because I toss and turn a lot, and I think when they were kittens, they used to kind of get accidentally kicked out of the bed a lot, and they learned not to sleep in the bed with me. But sometimes, like, when they jump up and they're around my head, I'm just like, don't go near me, eyes! I love you, but I don't want to go blind because of you. Could be bad because you don't know what they've had their paws in. Yes, especially with litter tray cats. You can catch all sorts of things. So if you ever get cut by a cat scratch and it goes blood deep, sanitize it. I've got a bottle of sanitizer that I use specifically for that purpose with if ever they scratch me and it bleeds. Sanitize it. You don't want to get sepsis. To wear an eye patch, Welsh friend. You know what? An eye patch would have been really good because I remember the lights at work really hurting it, and I was walking around like this kind of because my eye hurt so much from the lights. An eye patch would have been really useful, actually. Sepsis is scary. Yes, it's one of those things you have to just not think about. Because if it happens to you, there's not much you can really do about it. One of those things you can't waste your life worrying over. Which is most things, to be fair. But, you know, it's not always easy to not worry, is it? I mean, we've actually gone over time now. But, you know, I'm quite happy to just chill out for a bit. Till we run out of stuff to talk about. Are we ever going to run out of stuff to talk about? Whenever we run out of something, we find something new. Oh, I'll tell you what I could do. I could show you my list of Dragon Age topics that I came up with to make Dragon Age videos with. It's in the other room, so I'll be 2 seconds. I got Scorpio all excited there. I think he thought I was going to give him food or something. He's got food. He just wants me to give him different food. Yes, so I came up with a list of potential Dragon Age discussion video topics. So we have got city elves, Dalish elves. I mean, I could just do an elves video, but I think that would be quite long. It'd be better to split them up. Because then we could also do, like, history of the elves. I've also got the Evanuras on here, but that's further down the list. Castless dwarves. I was going through the origins in Origins. Do you know what I mean? And I was going to put common dwarves, but then I was like, you're not really a common dwarf, you're a castless dwarf. Like, a common dwarf would be more like the merchants and things, wouldn't it? I would think. You're a castless dwarf. So, castless dwarves, noble dwarves. Don't know if there's enough about that to make a whole video about, but maybe I have to look into it a bit more. Mages in the south, because they're distinct from mages in the north. I don't know whether... Hi, Scorpio. I don't know whether we really have enough about mages in the north to be able to do a whole video on them. You're stepping on my laptop! Oh, what have you done? Scorpio, what have you done? Oh dear. Oh, you're knocking things off. Oh, what's happening? Oh, Scorpio. Oh, no, 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 no. None of this is good. There we go. What are you doing? Oh, oh, oh. Disappointing, no plastic jackets, different coloured pencils, tags, dividers or ring binders, not your usual planning equipment. I mean, I just threw this together last night, like half an hour before bedtime while I was watching something on telly. So, you know, I'm only just getting started, Welsh Fred. Don't you worry, there'll be a whole file coming. Oh, 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 oh! You want cuddles? Look how cute you look! Oops, 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 oops. Hi, can I get a head boop now? Not while I'm being held hostage. Get a head boop. A head boop. No. Oh. You're denying me head boops. Why? What have I done? What have I done to not be deserving of head boops? See, Star would never let me do this. She'd be like, the moment I tried to pick her up like this, she'd be like, nope. I give you a head boop. There you go. Now can I get a head boop? No. Okay. Scorpy. Scorpy dopey. Scorpy dopey whoopy. Don't stand on the laptop. Unbelievable. Right, where was I? Castles dwarves. Noble dwarves. I don't know how much we know about like previous kings of Orzammar and stuff. I haven't looked into the dwarves very deeply. Mages in the south, yes. Although then I've got some other topics that might cover that. I don't know, we might condense some of these together. I don't know. I just threw this together quickly, right? Ferelden nobility. I thought that would be quite interesting. Orlesian nobility. The Legion of the Dead. I've written League of the Dead. It's not the League of the Dead, it's the Legion of the Dead, Magpie. Jesus. Grey Wardens, although that's quite a broad topic, so I thought we could split that into, like, the history of the Grey Wardens, and then, like, the current Grey Wardens. I could probably do a whole video just on the Ferelden Grey Wardens, actually. Mortalitarsi, and therefore the Grand Necropolis and all of that, kind of, in there. The Canary, I think you could get a pretty decent video out of the Canary. The Evanuris. I did the Evanuris in the A to Z videos, and I would love to do like a whole video on them. Then Antiva, Ferelden, Orlais, Navarra, the Free Marchers, Tevinter. The Chantry, Ravane. Now, I've written the North-South Divide, which is a British term that sort of encompasses the political divide between the North and the South. Now, the South tends to be quite affluent, and the North is terribly underfunded and forgotten about. But in terms of Thedas, there is a North-South divide in how they their attitude towards magic. And in the first 3 games, it's sort of you're made to believe that it's Tevinter that really has pushes magic as the sort of, you know, how it gives mages a lot of power and stuff like that, and nowhere else. But when you get to Veilguard, you sort of find that isn't true, because even in Navarra, which is a Chantry controlled whatever country with a circle of magi and everything, but because they've got the Mortalitarsi, who have a lot of political power and influence and stuff like that, and they have their death rituals and things like that, they have a much more liberal attitude towards magic, and Ravane does as well. So it's not just Tevinter, it's sort of more like the North has a more liberal view of magic, and the South has a more, whatever that means, view of magic. So I kind of wanted to do a video about that. Andraste, could get a lot out. I did a entry on Andraste in the A to Z as well, but I think we could get a whole video out of her. Mafarath and Sons I have written, because Mafarath, there is obviously Mafarath, Andraste's husband, but then he had a lot of sons, who he seemed to just like split up all of Thedas and give them all different places to rule, and then there were quite a lot of interesting stories about what his sons went on and did, but I can't remember the specifics. The Alamari, and by extension the Avar, and the Chastened. Flemeth, Solus, Empress Selene, Leliana, Kirkwall, the Inquisition, Haven, and the Dragon Cult, although that might be covered in the Andraste video. Anders. Don't know whether I'll actually do that one or not. Animals of Thedas. I thought it would be quite cool to have a one that was just like about all the various animals that you find in Thedas. The Divine. Like covering all of the Divines, not just, you know, the current one. Darkspawn and the Blights. That'll be an interesting one. And the Veil and the Fade. That's as far as I got so far. I actually forgot about the Anderfell's soulmate. I should write that on. Anderfell's. I don't really know what the Anderfell's attitude towards magic is, actually. You don't find out much about the Anderfell's, really. Apart from the fact they've got Grey Wardens, because that's where Weishaupt is. Weishaupt! Does Weishaupt need its own video, or would that be encompassed in a Grey Wardens video? I don't know. Probably I'm not going to be able to figure out most of this stuff until I actually get doing it. You're probably not going to see any of these anytime soon. I'm planning on working on them over the summer and having them ready for like autumn into winter kind of time. Because I think if I have a big backlog of videos that I can have to like upload weekly around that time, because around that time is when I tend to go into a bit of a slump. I put the channel on hiatus last year, didn't I? From like October right through to January, just because it's a shitty time of year. I mean, it was particularly bad last year. Christ, I don't even know what happened. It felt like me and everybody around me went into like a collective personal crisis for about 3 months. Honestly, it was not good. But anyway, it's over now. Yeah, so I thought it would be good to have like a big backlog of videos that can just be scheduled to go up, just in case, you know, all of like the Christmas run up and everything gets in the way of live streams and stuff. So if I spend the summer, like the school holidays, putting videos together. It was too much trying to do the A to Z before Veilguard. I know, I was being a bit ambitious. I did quite well, actually. But yeah. There's all sorts of weird real life drama kicked off as well. It's just one of those times. I remember me and my mates got together for a Starbucks and we were just sitting there and we were like, is there a planet out of alignment or something? What the hell's going on? It just feels like everybody's life has fallen apart. All simultaneously. We're all going through different unconnected crises. Anyway, do you know my favourite entry that I did for the A to Z, which I think was in the last one that went up actually, was when I did the one about the Mass Effect references. Because I did an entry on the Krogan, because there's like quite a lot of Krogan heads pop up, and I did a whole thing about Mass Effect references. I really enjoyed doing that one. So, what else could we have? I don't know. See, what I also toyed with the idea of doing was I really want, because I've got like my own headcanon world, and it expands far beyond the games. Like I've got a whole trajectory for like what direction Ferelden heads in, because you never really hear much about what's going on with Ferelden after Origins, which I think is a good thing, because it means you can make it up. And in my head, because my canon warden is a city elf, and she puts Honora on the throne, and Alistair ends up dying, killing the Archdemon. So Honora is on the throne. And I've got it in my head that those two become like quite close allies. I mean, they're very different. It's one of those unlikely friendships. And if you play as a city elf, one of the things that can happen is at the end, Honora makes Shiani, I think, is it ban of the alienage or something like that? She definitely makes her like part of the Landsmeet. And then of course when you go into Awakening, you become the Arlessa of Amaranthine, which is like a big deal. You're an elf who is part of the nobility. And I've got this whole kind of thing about how Honora and my warden sort of like team up and give the elves a lot more freedoms and things like that in Ferelden. I mean, it's not going to become like a perfect, wonderful, flawless world, because that wouldn't be realistic or interesting. It would be kind of boring. But I like this idea that her and Honora kind of like team up and get rid of the alienages and everything, and like elves are being welcomed into the Landsmeet. And what's her name from the Dalish clan? The one who's voiced by Ashley's voice actress, I can't remember her name now. She like becomes part of the Landsmeet as well and stuff like that. And then I've got a whole subplot with like a sort of feud that goes on between Honora and Celine, which is hinted at in Inquisition. And I want all of that to kind of be going on. And then I've got like a whole huge plan for what is going on during Veilguard, because like Veilguard, I think it was quite ingenious the way Veilguard kind of kept everything very separate from the south, but then you're getting these letters from the Inquisitor sort of giving you hints of what's going on, but not giving you any real details, because then like you can sort of come up with your own kind of thing. And I've got this whole idea of like what's going on in the south with my Inquisitor and my Warden teaming up with Honora and Celine and the Divine, who is Vivian in my version of the world, and just like all of these people who are like, you know, fighting the blight that's being unleashed on them in Veilguard. Yeah. So but I like want to lay out my whole canon world, because at the minute it's all just in my head and like a few sort of like bits of fan fiction that I've written here and there. But like I want to lay out an entire timeline with like all of my characters and all the things that are going to happen and just like all of the stuff and things like that. And I wondered about doing videos about that. But I don't even know where to start. Like I sit down to start it and I'm like, I don't even know. Like there's just too much. I don't know what to begin with. But we could do them as live streams, couldn't we? Huh. Because then I'd have a bit of audience interaction. That might help. There's a thought. Laying out Magpie's canon world state live streams. We just get distracted halfway through and start talking about chocolates and then I've got, I am writing the fan fiction set in Ostwick, which is a prequel to Inquisition, about my Inquisitor in the 10 years running up to her becoming, well, to the Breach. So she's a mage in the Ostwick circle, and it's all about, she's 16 at the beginning, and by the end she'll be 26, and it'll end like with her leaving to go to Haven. And it's basically all original characters. I don't really use any characters at all from the... and Vivian's gonna turn up. I'm toying with the idea of having the hero of Ferelden turn up, maybe. But they're just like side characters. They're not like main characters. But I've got this whole cast of characters who are then gonna feature later on, like turning up, joining the Inquisition and things like that, you know. You can read the first few chapters of that fanfiction, actually. I put it in the Discord. In the fanfiction channel. There's a link to a Google document that has the first few chapters of the Ostwick fanfiction in it. But yeah, it's going to cover 10 years, but I'm going to do it in the same style that like Dragon Age 2 was done. So it's going to be in 3 acts, and each act covers a year. So there's some time jumps. So the first one is like her taking her harrowing So it starts with her taking her harrowing. So she's 16. Because I've got this thing that in the Ostwick circle, they take the harrowing when they come of age, and they come of age at 16. So she takes her harrowing. And then it's like the year after that, and then I think I'm jumping 5 years ahead, 4 or 5 years, something like that, where she takes on an apprentice of her own. And then the last one will be the year running up to, well, it'll sort of be covering the, actually I think that one's going to cover a few years, because I need to cover like the Mage Rebellion. Right up until they leave to go to Haven. For Eldon, you take the harrowing at 20-something. I don't know if the hero for Eldon has an age that they're supposed to be, but I think you take the in the Ferelden circle. It's implied that you take the harrowing just like whenever they think you're ready to take it. Like they just sort of kind of go, you know, yes, I think you're ready. You can be harrowed. Where I've sort of come up with the... I've made the Ostwick circle very different from the other circles. It's very, yes. But it's meant to be. It's not me ignoring the law. It is meant to be that different. Yeah. I've sort of made it that they take the harrowing on their 16th birthday in the Ostwick circle. And I like the fact that they've given us so little information about Ostwick in the lore and stuff like that, because it means I've just created Ostwick. I mean, I've written my own Ostwick codex entries, which I'm going to put in, like, between chapters and stuff. I've just completely created, like, a whole backstory for it, a whole history and everything. Yeah, we know basically nothing about Ostwick. The only thing we really seem to know is that it has double walls that were built after a Canary invasion. So the Canary tried to invade at some point, and after that they built a second wall around the walls that were already there, so it has double walls. So I've decided to come up with the idea that that's where the alienage is. The alienage is between the two walls. I kind of liked that idea. Welsh friend has to go in 10 minutes. Oh my goodness. I probably have to go in 10 minutes as well, to be honest. I'm just hanging around. We should probably wrap up. Yes. And I've got a whole big like codex that I've written for the Ostwick fanfiction, which is like 50,000 words long or something like that. It's just like all the characters and their backstories and then all the different storylines and things like that. Because I have such a bad habit of just starting huge sprawling fanfictions with just like a vague idea of where it's going, and then it gets to a certain point where you just kind of like, it just gets too confusing and complicated, and I'm like, and you just have to like give up on it. And I'm absolutely determined not to do that this time. Like, I've got a plan. It's planned. The plans keep changing, but they're still plans. I'm quite excited about it. I've got quite an exciting storyline going along with like demons and things like that. I've got demons who I've actually given like personalities and things and names. They're not just demons that are just sitting there. They've actually got story arcs and things. Morrigan deserves an entire video. Why did I not put her in? I put Leliana in, but I didn't put Morrigan in. I don't think all of the companions deserve an entire video. Did Cassandra get an entry on the A to Z? I think she did, didn't she? I don't think I could come up with much more to say about her than what I put in the A to Z. Because I know Morrigan did get an entry, but like, there's so much more I could talk about her. Actually, Morrigan didn't get an entry because we never got to M, did we? She was going to get an entry. I'd written it. But... or had Fred written it? One of us wrote it. But anyway. Are any of the Dragon Age novels good? I think they're all good. I would particularly recommend The Masked Empire. That was the one I enjoyed the most. About Selene and Briala. It gives you their entire backstory and it gives a bit more context to a lot of the stuff that goes on during Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts. Asunder is also really good because that covers like the entire Mage War, more or less. The Mage Templar War basically goes on in that book. Well, the outbreak of it. It covers like the period of time between Anders destroying the Chantry and the war breaking out. Because there's actually quite a gap. I think it's about 2 years or something after Anders destroys the Chantry that the war actually breaks out. And Asunder covers that. But the ones with Duncan and Marek, I forgot his name for a minute there, I was going to call him Marcus. And Loghain are very good. So there's The Stolen Throne, which is about Marek taking his throne back. And that's with him and Loghain when they're young. And then there's The Calling, which is the one that has Duncan in it. They're both very good, yeah. I would recommend all of them. And then there's... is it called Last Flight or something? I haven't read that one yet. I think that one's about the Griffins. It's been sitting on my shelf for ages. Well, it doesn't get great reviews, that one. People say it's a bit boring. And I don't think it has anybody that we know in it. I also do highly recommend, if you don't have them, the World of Thedas books. There's 2, Volume 1 and Volume 2. I think they should bring out a Volume 3 for all the shit Veilguard added. Because Christ, it added a lot of lore, did Veilguard. And they're very beautiful books. I mean, there's nothing in them that isn't in the games. But it's not the point. Look how beautiful it is. Beautiful! Oh, the Exalted Marches. I should do a video on them as well, shouldn't I? Look at that! How nice is that? Love a book like this. I think I got these for Christmas. This is a perfect Christmas book, isn't it? Just to like flick through. Thedas is a continent in turmoil. To truly understand the world, you must look into its troubled people, the hard choices they have made, the nations they have built, and the bloody legacies they leave behind. Thedas is a vibrant, diverse land of arid desolation, verdant forests, and frigid mountain ranges. Often climate and geography vary widely over short distances. Yes, they really do. Like, Orlais has snow-peaked mountains and deserts. And the desert is like... because, like, you've got the Arbor Wilds, which is... in fact, I'll show you on this map. Right, so the Arbor Wilds is there. It's the Arbor Wilds. Right? When you go to the Arbor Wilds in Inquisition, it's quite tropical. And then you go over this way. This is all desert. Right, so that's desert. That's like tropical forest. And then you nip across this short mountain range to the Kakari Wilds, which is like really, really cold. And I'm like, how can you have tropical forest there and then like really cold sort of like say Arctic forest, but you know, the Arctic doesn't have forests. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it doesn't make sense. But there is a bit in the Codex somewhere that says when you go through the Kakari Wilds and you come out the other side, there is a land called, that they call, that the Chastened called the Sunless Lands, which are apparently a frozen wasteland. Which, I mean, it's sort of suggested that that's like the Arctic. So if you've got like the Arctic down at the bottom of the Kakari Wilds, and then like just next door you've got tropical forests. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And then you go up north, right? And you've got Ravine, which is all beaches and, you know, like the Caribbean type thing. And then you've got, what's that? That's Antiva. That's all meant to be quite warm and lovely, right? And then you go further across to Devinter, where apparently it just rains all the time and it's quite cold. What? Yeah, and anyway. Where was I? The volatile volcanic marshland of the Narsin marshes in western Orlais, for instance, could not bear less similarity to the fertile heartlands some 3 days east. I love books like this. I know books you read so much, you just kind of look at them, don't you? They're just pretty. Oh, I can hear putties. Welsh friends off. Bye, Welsh friends. See you next week. We might play the Outer Worlds. Might not. Who knows? Do whatever I bloody well feel like doing. There's a Canary. Just practicing for his role in Hamlet. Alas, poor York. I knew him, Horatio. I used to know the rest of that quote, but now I don't. How to act for Eldon. I'm gonna have to go and blow my nose. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna drip. We've got 4 bloody viewers. I don't know who they all are. Christ almighty. Oh, there's Cassandra. Quite a beautiful picture of Cassandra. Oh, where the hell is that meant to be? That looks like a bloody Starforge or something. Christ! What the deep roads? The crypts of Navaran families whose bloodlines die out may be left in disrepair and are susceptible to grave robbers. Grave robbers? I lost my voice there for a second. Now we're just onto the Magpie flicks through a book live stream. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Like that's. Oh look, a seagull! How cute is that? There's a little seagull at the top. Oh, and Kirkwall. I absolutely love the aesthetic of Kirkwall with the statues and the chains and everything. The whole history of Kirkwall is really interesting. I really loved doing the Kirkwall entry on the A to Z. I want to give it its own full video because it was just so interesting. Looking up the history of Kirkwall. Oh, culture in the Neanderthals. Here we go. Aside from dust storms and darkspawn, Neanderthals is famous for its art and the relative piety of its people. Religion plays a particularly large role in Ander life, even by Orlesian standards. Perhaps it's the air of desperation that seems to hang over the region, but the chantry maintains a heavy popular presence. Dedicated worship of the Maker is all but expected among Anders, and breaking the Maker's laws, by extension the King's laws, is often punishable by death in the capital. Few make the pilgrimage to see the magnificent white statue of Our Lady carved into the face of the place I can't pronounce, near Weishaupt, but this wonder's fame is widespread. Sorry, got distracted. Outside the region, much smaller Anders sculptures are among the most prized and sought after art pieces in all of Thedas. Sculptures are especially popular within circles of the Orlesian nobility. Members have been known to pay exorbitant prices for exemplary pieces. It's been a subject of great controversy in the Neanderthals, as artists don't see much, if any, of the money their work yields. Most of the proceeds go towards the crooked members of the Dwarven Merchants Guild as handling fees. Well, I'm now very annoyed that we didn't get to see the giant statue of Andraste in Valeguard. The name Kirkwall always throws me off because it comes from the Norse meaning church bay. Do you know what? They call churches kirks in Scotland. And there is a Kirkwall right at the top of Scotland. Right at the top of Scotland, there's a place called Kirkwall. And it's always on the weather maps when they do the news. And it always makes me giggle. But yeah, they call churches kirks in Scotland. Oh, Star's doing stuff in the background. Oh, there's Isabella. Bless her little heart. What I like as well is it's got this timeline along the bottom that you can just follow along as you go through the pages. What's the Black Emporium? Welcome to the Black Emporium. That was my impression of Xenon, the Antiquarian. Oh, there's a wonderful picture of Meredith post Red Lyrium incident. I think it'd be fun if we did a live stream of just me trying to sort out me. Well, it wouldn't just be one live stream; it'd have to be a series of live streams of me trying to sort out me Dragon Age canon world state. It's probably get very, very complicated. Oh, look at that! That's the Ferelden Circle Tower with the broken bridge across because it's up the highway, but it's all broken, so they have to go across by boat. I love that. How cool is that? Things I really loved about Origins, which I wish they'd done more of in the subsequent games, is just the fact that the ruins of the Imperial Highway seem to be visible from everywhere. I loved that. Oh, hello. It's a bit interesting, isn't it? Naked dead woman with a bird on her. Whatever floats your boat, really. Oh yeah, and that's the... You see, I think in Dragon Age 2 and beyond, they took a lot more, because that's a chantry. The designs for the chantries in Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition got a lot more, like... I don't know, they're quite imposing, aren't they? Like, they look a bit, like... What's the word I'm looking for? Imperial. You know what I mean? They look a bit threatening. They're, like, the chantries in Origins are quite nice and homely. They just look like nice little churches. Whereas the chantries in, like, Dragon Age 2 and Inquisition look a bit intimidating. The food. The blight. The archdemons. Oh, it's a wonderful picture of a broodmother. YouTube will get offended if I show you this picture of a broodmother. Her many, many tits. Not keep it up for too long in case YouTube gets cross. Because YouTube is a sexually repressed prude. It's annoyed if you show tits. Oh, these are all the animals. Great wolf. That looks like Scorpio. Look at that. Look at that top one. That looks like Scorpio. Mabari. Hala. This is what I want to do. I want to do like a video on all of the animals that you can get. Giant spider. Nug. Oh, little nuglets, bless them. Bronto, which I always think the Brontos should be in Star Wars. Like, I always think that they are a Star Wars thing. When people say Bronto, I'm like, that's a Star Wars thing, isn't it? And like, no, it's a Dragon Age thing. Deep Stalker, Dragonling, Dragon. Looks like we didn't get to see other types of broodmothers. All we've seen so far are the dwarf ones. The one in Awakening, isn't she a human one? I think. She looks human. I'd like to see a Canary one though, that would be cool. High Dragon, Broodmother. Herlock, Genlock, Shriek. Oops. Ogre. Children. That's the Darkspawn children, not just children generally. They just put children in the bestiary. Disciple. Archdemon. Blight Owl. Blight Owl? Owls warped by the blight sprout blackened feathers, their eyes turn blood red and their beaks split in 4 parts. Have we ever come across a blight owl? Is that in the books or something? I've never heard of a blight owl. Corrupted spider, blight wolf, blighted werewolf, dragon thrall, ghoul. Spirits, benevolent spirits, wisps, spirits of justice, spirits of valour, spirits of compassion, spirits of faith, spirits of hope. Demons, wisp, wraith, pride demon, shade, rage demon, hunger demon, sloth demon, desire demon, sylvan, corpse, rock wraith. I never saw enough of the rock wraiths, I think. I think the rock wraiths need a backstory. Revenant, ash wraith, arcane horror, abomination, golem, harvester. Oh, that was what bloody thingy turned into, wasn't it? Orsino. Gust. That elven thing that I can't pronounce. Oh no, that's the elven thing. The Varteral. What's that then? Velgastriel. Occasionally a pack of ghasts will include a strange creature known as a Volgastriel. Although similar in appearance to a common ghast, the Volgastriel can wield magic. Huh. Do I remember ever fighting them? I feel like I fought them in a different game. Werewolf Wyvern. Oh, glossary. Very thick glossary. Oh my god, you can buy a Flemeth statue for $49.99. Wow. I mean, you probably can't anymore. I imagine that's out of stock these days. They used to do a Liara statue on the BioWare store, and it was always sold out. And I always wanted one, and you can find them on eBay for like £600. I don't want one that much. Anyway, I do have the other Dragon Age World of Thedas somewhere. God knows where. I was probably looking at it and put it somewhere. Who knows? Could be anywhere. Anyway, should we wrap it up then? Wow, we've been going nearly 5 hours. Nearly 5 hours of me just sitting here, talking, not doing what I was meant to be doing, which was playing the Outer Worlds. But you know what, sod it. I've had fun. I've had fun, and at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. So, next week, we're going to have 2 live streams. We are going to have a Saturday live stream, which is going to be at 3:30 GMT, usual time, where we will probably, maybe, almost definitely, maybe not play the Outer Worlds. I think we will. I think we will play the Outer Worlds. Then on the Sunday, at 12 noon GMT, we are going to have another live stream where I'm going to basically do this, sit and talk. I might turn it into a mapping out Magpies, Dragon Age, canon, head canon, world state, whatever, live stream. That might be fun. I might do that. Or we might just do like this and just sit here and talk about stuff for a while. I do not yet know. I also do not yet know whether I'm going to do it as like a proper public live stream that everybody can view, or whether to do it as a private stream and just link the thing in the Discord. I do not know. It depends what I decide to do. If I decide to do it as like a mapping out world state one, I'll probably do it just generally live on the internet. If I plan to do just a chill like this talking live stream, I might do a private one, because then I think I can talk a bit more freely. I mean, I talk quite freely anyway. There's no stopping me once I get started, but I think it'll be fun to do a private one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But there will be 2 live streams next week. And I shall see you then. And my cats are messing around in the background, so I should probably go and, I don't know, feed them or something. That's what you're supposed to do with cats, isn't it? I think they probably need food to, like, live. It's probably a thing. I should probably go and do that. Anyway, I shall see you next week, my lovelies. Twice! But for now, I shall say farewell to you.